To disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, you know, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang, picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
we started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community.
All right, we'll call this meeting of the regular Board of Supervisors of Nevada County of January 24th, 2023. Call this meeting to order, and if you'll stand with me, and Phoebe, would you mind leading us in the pledge?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Clerk, are there any corrections or deletions to the agenda?
There are none that I'm aware of, Chair.
Okay. And we'll go into our first item, and this is a community presentation. And this is a certificate of recognition for departing Executive Director of the South Yuba River Citizens League, Melinda Booth. Melinda, would you like to come on up here and maybe take a seat up here? And I'm going to turn this over to our District 1 Supervisor, Heidi Hall.
Melinda, this is such a bittersweet thing to do today. We are so appreciative of how much of your time and how many years you spent here in Nevada County running Circle, doing such a great service to this community. It's really very sad to see you go, but I'm also really happy for you. I know this is something you need to be doing. I'd like to read the certificate that we have for you, and then we can go into comments, and love to hear from you as well. The County of Nevada Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing Melinda Booth for her significant contributions to the health of the Yuba River watershed through her leadership at the South Yuba River Citizens League. Melinda began her time with Circle in 2011 as the Director of Development and Wild and Scenic Events. She became the Wild and Scenic Film Festival Director in 2014, and under her leadership grew this beloved community event in size and prestige. Today, it is recognized as one of the most important film festivals of its kind in the nation. Melinda was promoted to Executive Director in 2017, where she served until just now, early 2023. Under Melinda's supervision, Circle's annual budget increased from $2 million to $12 million. That's truly phenomenal. By the end of her tenure, the organization had a staff of 28, and Melinda was a respected regional watershed ecology leader and influencer. She accomplished all of this even during the unpredictability of the COVID-19 pandemic. During her time with Circle, Melinda built key partnerships with major stakeholders, including the Nature Conservancy, the U.S. Forest Service, the Nisenan and Washoe tribes, regional land trusts, Nevada Irrigation District, Yuba Water Agency, large construction companies such as Tykert and Western Aggregates, and many more, including us, the county. He extended Circle's leadership of impactful projects to include meadow restoration at Donner Summit, forest health projects through the North Yuba Forest Partnership, local protection, monitoring, and cleanup through the Yuba River watershed, and the Bear River, and restoration of the lower Yuba in Yuba County. Melinda also has worked in education, conservation, research, and public outreach campaigns surrounding wildlife and iconic species like bears, wolves, and salmon in the American West. Having lived in the wildland-urban interface, she's not only professionally motivated to protect and restore these areas, but she's also personally invested in the resilience of these areas. The Board of Supervisors is grateful for Melinda's significant contributions and wishes her the best in the next phase of her journey. And while it's not in here, I also want to note that your participation in our South Yuba watershed group was wonderful. I appreciated your bigger picture view, and the ability that you brought to attend on your own, your can-do attitude, and really helped make that partnership work. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Heidi. Let's see if there's any other comments. Okay, Melinda. Lisa, would you like to start?
So, Melinda, I just got up here. I won't get a chance to work with you at this level, but I really just appreciate all the work that you've done in our community. In particular, my experience working with you was with the city of Grass Valley on the Wild and Scenic and the expansion that you facilitated to bring part of the event to the city. So always be grateful for that, and I wish you well in your new endeavors.
Sue?
What more can I say? Melinda, it's always really been a pleasure. I think it's been fun because sometimes it wasn't always on the same page, and that's what I loved about you, because you bring your page bold, right? And sometimes we even still have these moments, and I just adore you and your personality and your love for the river and the nature. And I'm going to miss you. Seriously, I am, because I think it takes somebody like you to even change old dogs like me and teach us new tricks. And you have been incredible. I just want to say that. And I truly will miss you. I'm excited for your new adventure. It's the wide open spaces. And I know you're going to do great things there as well. So thank you for being a part of Nevada County for as long as you have, and all the work that you have done. You've left a legacy here. And I think that's incredibly important when you can look back and see that someone's made that kind of an impact in a community. So just really appreciate you.
Thank you, Sue.
I never did find the ugliest, weirdest thing at the cleanup, so I gotta say. That was always a challenge, and I never got to win that prize.
Contest never ends.
Artie?
Linda, congrats on moving on. I'm excited to see what you do next. And I was thinking back that you and I first started working together on the Nevada County Relief Fund. And we were in this long, drawn-out meeting, and Caleb, about 3/4 of the way through, said, "We gotta let Melinda go. She has a river to save." And I thought that was so awesome coming from Caleb. Anyway, you saved our precious river, and it's going to live on as a legacy for everybody in Nevada County and beyond, and all the people that come here to visit the river, which is protected by the work you've done. And it's also kind of touching to me that it starts at the very top of the Sierra, at the top of the summit, where, I know and love that place, and you do too, so we share that together. So just best of luck to you, and a sincere thank you for everything you've done for us.
Well, I just want to note the film festival, because I know, hadn't been involved with the fair for many years, what's involved with an event of that size, Melinda. So congratulations on the success of that. And I just think that your term as the leadership of Circle has come during a very, very, I don't want to say difficult time, but obviously the public has found the river and the concerns, and the South Yuba team that's been working on this, and yourself, you've done some great things down there, and it's greatly appreciated. It always has been, but I think there's so much more emphasis on it now, and you were here during a crucial period, and it's greatly appreciated, so thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would like to say something on behalf of Melinda? And then I'm going to ask you to speak too. We do have somebody.
Sorry. Oh, George. Good morning. My name is George Olive, a longtime local guy, educator, et cetera, teacher of Caleb Dardick many years ago. I'm currently the president of the Circle board, and so I'm sitting here thinking about what a huge loss this is to Circle, and about all the things that Melinda has done. And I just want to say on behalf of our board, very hardworking board, whose members Melinda has kind of recruited. We go to Circle. Well, I went to Circle because Caleb told me to, but most of us are there because of the work that Melinda is organizing and spearheading, and because of the really strong staff that she has assembled. She's very good at that. And Melinda's work is visionary. As you guys realize, she can see from the top to the bottom. And so when she puts a program together, she makes sure that it impacts individual citizens, individual communities. So for instance, the North Yuba Forest Partnership results in a wonderful energy alternative for the town of Camptonville. Yeah, and it just over and over and over again, and her partners recognize this. Melinda sees how to make a project impact the community and its individual citizens. So she has done some really special stuff. We wish her all the wonderful stuff as she moves north. And thank you very much for acknowledging her. We really appreciate that.
Thank you, George. Well, Melinda, now you have to say something.
Oh, Chair Schofield, may I say a comment just on behalf of
Allison,
staff?
certainly.
So on behalf of county staff, we just want to thank you and wish you well. I mean, our community is losing a fierce leader and advocate. And I think what you're hearing in a theme is not only are you this visionary leader, but you are a doer. You roll up your sleeves and you get things done. I appreciate Supervisor Bullock bringing up the Nevada County Relief Fund, because I don't think people realize that in just a short period of time, and literally in weeks, over $1 million was raised for our community to support our businesses and nonprofits. And you are on the back end making it work, from the website to the databases to making phone calls. And you didn't have to do that, and you did that just because of your love and commitment to the community. So I just really want to thank you, and we wish you well.
Chair Schofield, we do have one caller waiting to comment on
very
this.
good, very good. Thank you.
May we bring the caller in, please?
Hi, Melinda. Matthew Coulter. I just wanted to say thank you for everything you've done for the community. I know your heart is here, and I just love how you will talk to anyone from the bottom to the top, because you know it's all connected and it's the web that we all need to protect. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Matthew. Your turn, Melinda.
Well, I know you have a full agenda. I'll do my very best to keep this pretty brief, but I am so humbled. If any of you know me, this is the most uncomfortable thing for me in the world, but I appreciate it and I'm grateful. This community, this organization is a huge part of my heart, and I think while I appreciate the personal recognition, I want to turn it around a little bit and just say, this is a community. I've never lived in a community that cares so much about whatever it is that they care about, but they care and they care deeply. And to be a part of something like that means you can actually make a lot of change and get a lot of things done. And the team at Circle is why we have been so successful. So I got to have the role that I had as executive director the last few years. And even when I ran the film festival, I had that leadership role in the fest, but it was the other people who came to Circle and who cared and who put their heart and soul and time into it. And we all came together to rise up together. So it is unfounded for me to take the credit for that, but I appreciate the kind words, and this community has meant a whole lot to me. It is a very, very special community. The Yuba River is, in my opinion, and I think many, the heart of this community, and it has to stay that way, and Circle is an integral part of it being able to do so. So we've set up a really successful organization that's doing great work. We have deep bench strength with our incredible leadership team and all of our staff there, and almost thousands of volunteers as well, right? It's not just about the paid staff, it's about the volunteers who show up and give their time. That's equally important. So keep pulling together. And I will miss all of you that I had a chance to work with in this community, but this is hugely humbling, and I really appreciate the recognition, and never in my wildest dreams did I think something like this would happen. So thank you for thinking about it being a possibility and taking time to say thank you to me. It means a lot, and good luck with everything to all of you. I'll miss you.
Thank you, Melinda. We're going to have a picture. Is there any other comments on the board? Okay, then we have a presentation to make with you down there and a opportunity for a picture. Okay. So next on the agenda is our public comment. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on the agenda. They're of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. If you would, you've already begun to line up. I will ask you for your name and your district, although you do not need to give it, but it is appreciated. And you will be given 3 minutes, and the 3 minutes can go quickly, so I apologize in advance for cutting you off if you do exceed that 3 minutes. So let's go ahead, Ralph.
Thank you. Good morning, Ralph Silberstein from CEA Foundation, and I am a member of District 3. The final EIR for Rise Gold's Idaho Maryland Mine project is significantly flawed because it does not include the plans to clean up the Centennial site. California Department of Toxic Substances Control, or DTSC, is managing the cleanup of the 56-acre Centennial site, which is polluted by the mine's historic operations. After it is cleaned up under what is known as a Remedial Action Plan, or RAP, Rise intends to dump mine waste there for about 5 years, but currently the cleanup is not done. Under CEQA, the current conditions of a project must be assessed so that the environmental impacts and appropriate mitigations can be determined. The current conditions of the Centennial site are largely unknown because most of the current conditions aren't included in the EIR. Instead, Rise has included in its EIR what it assumes to be a baseline of the future conditions that might occur after the cleanup. Adding to the inadequacy of this approach, an approved RAP does not even exist at this time. But even if the RAP had been finalized and approved by the DTSC, using a future condition for establishing a baseline in an EIR is almost never valid. Including the Centennial cleanup in the EIR would have addressed most of these problems because the initial conditions of the site would be described adequately, and the steps necessary to prepare the site for mine waste would have been set into the context of the project as a whole. This would have provided a means for determining potential impacts and defining mitigations correctly. As it is, the true impacts of the project cannot be determined. For example, the draft RAP recognizes that 44 acres will be buried in mine waste, and it includes stripping off acres of soil from areas that are not contaminated to provide clean soil to put over the capped contaminated materials and other work areas, destroying wetlands and woodlands. How much of this habitat destruction is really necessary for the clean soil, considering that the mine plans to dump 1,000 tons per day of fill on the site? If the cleanup was included in the mine project, this habitat destruction could be assessed and probably significantly reduced. In conclusion, Rise's EIR project description is legally inadequate because it does not include the cleanup, which is plainly part of the project. Instead, the EIR is left guessing as to what the true impacts of the mine project might be on that site. This final EIR for the mine is inadequate under CEQA. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Attached with this is a copy of comments from our lawyer.
To the clerk. Thank you, Ralph.
Hello, my name is Lori Oberholzer, and I'm a member of the CEA Foundation Board, and I'm in District 1. Ralph, I think, made it very clear that the mine waste impacts of the proposed mine related to the Centennial cleanup have not been adequately addressed in the final EIR, and this is a big problem. Rather, the final EIR holds to their draft conclusion with no additional analysis that these impacts will actually be less than significant. Now, this is a theme throughout the final EIR responses. The consultants continually dismiss comments from our technical experts on numerous big-ticket impacts against all common sense to conclude that impacts will be less than significant. That is why when we come before you in the next few months when you'll be having a public hearing, we will ask you to just say no. Please do not certify this flawed EIR and do not approve the project. The many environmental impacts associated with this project, as well as the inconsistency with both Grass Valley's and the county's land use plans, provide ample justification for denying the project. If you deny the project, the county is under no legal obligation to certify the EIR. The bottom line is that the community overwhelmingly does not want the Idaho-Maryland mine to reopen. You've seen us for the last year and a half talking about this. We have 6,500 supporters. We have 15 local and statewide groups who are in our coalition. We believe that the impacts will be severe, and it will permanently alter the community we have become since it was closed down over 70 years ago. There is absolutely no reason to continue with the EIR. We believe that continuing the EIR will just cost you, the county, in loss of your time and energy, as well as that of your staff and the community. And we think we can better spend this time on critical issues like wildfire safety and climate change. Of course, you can certify the EIR and deny the project just to get it out of the way, but do we want a flawed EIR in our records that can be used in the future by the next Canadian gold mining company that comes along? We do appreciate that staff and the decision makers have worked so well with the community. Now we're just asking you to please say no to the final EIR and no to the mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
I'm Jake Jacobson from District 4. I'm concerned about the eviction processes that have been in the newspaper. And I have some ideas that I'd like to share with Supervisor Hook. I'd like to get together with her on an appointment and also get together with the head of the code compliance. And it's just kind of olive branch ideas, and if Supervisor Hoke thinks that they're worthwhile submitting to the entire board and some consideration, I would be interested in working with her to try and take some of the heat out of the misconceptions. I would really like to learn more about code compliance, let alone try to get a job overlooking their behavior. But I need the education so that I can make solid decisions as to what I want to support and what I don't want to support. I don't want to take just one opinion from the paper and say, oh, those dirty SOBs, look what they're doing, blah, 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 without having the other side of the conversation. So if I could call today and leave a message for Supervisor Hoke to help me with an appointment, I would appreciate that education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jake. Michael, move that microphone up a little, would you? There you go.
My name is Michael Taylor. I live in District 1, Heidi's district. I want to start off by saying you guys don't know me, and I'm going to let you get to know me. When I was in high school, my parents moved to Canada. When they moved to Canada, I went from bed to bed, room to room at friends' houses through high school. After high school, I got an apartment, lived in an apartment for a short time, couldn't afford it, and moved into an abandoned house. During that time at the abandoned house, my grandma would come visit me and beg me to come home. I told her, I got myself in a situation, I've got to get myself out of it. You can't save me. Needless to say, I figured a way out of it, and one of the ways I figured my getting out of it was the new apartments were being built above Dairy Queen. Managed to save some money, moved into those apartments, because that housing was available, affordable housing. Moving fast forward, many years later, I became homeless again. In 2014, I came back from Belize, and I was living in a friend's couch, and couch surfing again, homeless. I was a bartender at Crazy Horse. I left work early one night, got a DUI. Again, lost my driver's license, I was homeless. This pattern of being homeless, understanding homelessness, I got myself out of being homeless. Eventually, I bought a piece of property, not too far down the road, with an apartment in it. I was proud to have my own first property, only to learn that buying this property, that the residence wasn't permitted. And from that point forward, my life has been a living hell. dealing with the county and code compliance because it never ended. I never got them off. I never got them off my back. I have a yurt on the property. Fast forward again. Permitted yurt, probably one of the few in the county. Fast forward again, David Kopp comes to my property, looks at a pile of dirt, looks at my yurt, files an affidavit saying that he observed that the yurt was lived in or converted to a residence and that the pile of dirt was a code violation. That opened the door again, to have my life under a microscope again. I guess what I'm trying to say is that code compliance can ruin people's lives, and there's not a way to get out of it because it just keeps coming and keeps coming. Then I'm pointed out to my attorney that I'm one of them people. That's how the county sees me, as one of them. Long story made short, my suggestion to somehow maybe get to a point of solving some of these problems before they become bigger is to create an ombudsman. An ombudsman that you guys each point at somebody, hire a local attorney like Aaron Knoll or Marcia Birch that has the ability to understand codes and understand how to help people understand that the county is here for a reason and code compliance is here for a reason. That, you can't live in an unpermitted, too wide, whatever. I guess what I'm trying to say is that through the ombudsman with
Say it quickly, Michael.
Okay, I guess I'm suggesting an ombudsman that the community puts together with each supervisor appointing one person, the county hire an attorney that simply listens and helps direct. You guys get a really good feel of what's going on when you do have employees that are
Thank you,
problems.
Michael. Thank you. We heard you, though, Michael. Wayne.
Hi, my name is Wayne Clower, and I guess I'm here because I feel like the county is only reactive to complaints that people make, not proactive in what they do, which is probably the last two people in front of me, what they said. I don't have a prepared speech, but I do want to talk to you guys. I know you guys all supported the increase in sales tax for the fire department, and I want to say I voted against it, and I'm going to go ahead and give an example why. Probably when the board members at the last meeting talked about the marijuana growers and how the marijuana growers said that they weren't making any money, and you guys said, hey, are they paying taxes? And, you need to have their taxes really looked at. Well, I've got an example here of 2 legal grows on my road that are not paying the fire tax. They were paying the fire tax prior to being legal grows. How does that get turned off? So my question is, I went up to the assessor's office, and the assessor's office says they can't turn them on. They can't charge somebody the tax if I'm the one that comes in and says that. They can only do it if the fire department tells them to. My question would be, how did it get turned off? Did the fire department tell them to turn it off? Does somebody at the assessors tell them to turn it off? Does somebody from a higher level, how did it get turned off? I would think you guys would totally ask that kind of question before you would approve anything. I mean, everybody in here would probably have better fire protection and not be getting our property tax or our insurance canceled if we had more money for the fire department. And so my question to you guys would be is, how does that happen? Somebody had to do it. 2 parcels, same road, same owner. They got turned off. I'd like to have it be made an agenda item, how the assessor's office, the building department, and the fire department are not working together. And the assessor's office also told me that they cannot and do not legally tell the building department if someone has an illegal residence. That's amazing to me. How could one department not talk to the other? I mean, they said they do it because they don't want to be considered policemen. They're going to make the public be the policeman. That's not right. It's not right to put neighbor against neighbor. I've got probably 100, but I'm going to give you guys 3 today. And then I'll just keep coming in. I got my phone number on here if you guys want to call me. I totally appreciate it. And I would ask for this to be made an agendized item as to how the assessor's office or the fire department or someone above turned this guy's fire fee off.
Thank you, Wayne. District 2. Yeah, I know Wayne.
Property in all
Thank you,
districts.
Wayne. We got it. We got it. Mr. Durkins.
Good morning. My name is Tom Durkin. I live in District 4. My business license is in Nevada City, and my mailing address is in Grass Valley.
Tom, we can't hear you. Drop that
I'm
mic
sorry.
down a little bit, okay?
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. I've been a resident of Nevada County since 1999, and before that, Placer County since 1979. For the last 4 years, I've lived in Nevada County in my fifth wheel. With permission, I dug a hand line into the septic system. I have clean water, I have metered electricity, I have internet, and I pay a modest rent. I am very blessed to have my neighbors be my landlords. I appeared before this board 4 years ago and gave the worst speech of my life. This might be the worst, second worst. Almost to the day. I'm here to ask for the same reason, alternative housing. When the government and free enterprise can't or won't provide enough legal or affordable housing, those of us left out in the cold must fend for ourselves. Because everybody has a right to seek shelter, and I think everybody has a right to offer it. As you may know, I am a columnist for the Union newspaper, and I've been writing about code enforced reclamation of 4 safely housed families with 5 children. It's too late for them. The home team is working with them, and I hope they find new housing, and good luck with that. Why I'm here today is, on behalf of the Coalition for Compassionate Government, is to ask you to stop evictions, at least for a year, if people are safely housed. I mean septic. And, solid waste, all that. Code compliance could have handled it desolate. It could use its own sole discretion, as it says in their guidelines, not to enforce a technical violation if people are going to be homeless by being evicted. Forced relocation. I know you don't like eviction. During this year, we want to work with you to define emergency housing regulations for those of us who cannot afford or find legal housing. We're like cannabis, we're here. This is our home too. There is no housing, and if we are lucky enough to find shelter, don't kick us out. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
My name is Eric Tome. I live in District 5 in Nevada City. My experiences fit directly with those of other people in Nevada City, but I think apply to the rest of the county as well. I'm a little hard of hearing, so I didn't hear clearly everything that Tom said, but I'm basically here to support his actions and the actions of the Coalition for Compassionate Governance. And decided that the best use I could make of it was to buy some properties where I could rent some houses at full market value and others at a lower rate for people who could not afford the full market rent. This worked pretty well until I bought a property 2 years ago with a garage, which I expected to turn into a small dwelling. I figured it would cost about $40,000, but that's before I ran into the county. They began to insist on many well-intentioned changes, which wound up tripling the cost of the house and made me have to borrow money to do it. I'm glad I did it because I was able to provide housing for a woman who was otherwise homeless, but I realized most other people would not necessarily be in my position where I was able to borrow money. There are many people who need housing who can only afford to live in trailers or sometimes cars or things that are not recognized by the county. Up to now, I had looked at this sort of from the side, but when I started reading Tom's stories in the Union, I realized that how serious this could be for some people, and particularly the families that Tanya Scarlett was housing. So I now am here to urge you to go along with the proposals of the coalition to hold a meeting, a supervisors meeting in the evening when working people can attend, to specifically address the question of code compliance, to make moving people out of structures when they have no place else to live an absolute bottom priority, and to spend a year working with the citizens of Nevada County to overhaul the entire code compliance process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Carner, District 1. I'd like to read a piece of paper that was presented to the courts by County Council. It starts out by reading County of Nevada versus Paul Carner. I, Jim Perry, do hereby declare. When I contacted information regarding Jim Perry, and they said Jim Perry hadn't worked here in years, but they have a James Perry. So the man stole somebody else's identity and took it to court. And it was backed up by county counsel, not this lady, but an assistant county counsel. You know, they didn't check his ID. How about that? It goes on to say, I'm a grounds facility worker for the County of Nevada. And there's no such thing as that. There's a worker 1, there's a worker 2. And then there's a supervisor, which is what I believe James is, which makes that statement completely false. I currently work for the county, and it goes on to say how his main focus is the library and the park beyond. Again, completely false if he is a supervisor, as I believe he is. Now, I'll be returning this stuff to the courts, but I wanted to share this with y'all because that man continues to stalk me, follow me around, and try to steal my things. You know, he took county equipment, and this is a fact. He took county equipment onto private property, cut down numerous trees, and removed an encampment owned by an individual named Phil. Now, I know Phil's last name. He was at the Odyssey House when this occurred because I helped get him there. So he took county equipment onto private property. Y'all are hearing this, right? This is a crime, right? Isn't it? I mean, because he can't come over to your property and cut your trees down, can he, with county equipment? Absolutely not. I want y'all to really take note of that. I've actually sent y'all an email regarding that with photographs. I will resend that after I leave so that you know that I know that you have it. He took 2 county workers with him that could operate the equipment. There was also a piece of equipment that he left up here, and I'm surprised nobody said anything about it. It sat right up here near the entrance. It was rented by from Holt, by Facilities Management, I guess it's called. And it sat up there for at least 4 months. $3,000 a month, that's like $12,000, $13,000 wasted. Maybe Justin Drinkwater's doing that on purpose. I don't know, he wouldn't respond to me. But it was moved up beyond the Odyssey House by James Perry on like the 24th, I have it in my phone, of December. And it's probably still sitting there being rented from Holt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
Hi, my name is Tanya Scarlett, and I am in District 4. I am at the focus of a code compliance case that you've been reading about quite a bit lately. We are asking, the coalition that we put together, we are asking for a 1-year pause in forced relocations by code enforcement in low priority health and safety violations. Now you might want to say, well, what's low priority? My case is an example of low priority. There were no imminent danger to the tenants or to me on the property. If there were, the county would not have allowed the tenants to stay for 6 months. So that kind of tells me that they were okay, they were not at imminent danger of any violations at the time. We believe that code enforcement may be playing a significant role in homelessness and houselessness, which is in direct conflict to the county's position on basic health and safety and houselessness. We seek to work with the county officials in revising, updating the code to be in alignment with modern, safe, and affordable environmental health standards. We seek to bring everyone into compliance with a common sense, inclusive approach to health and safety. Unpermitted RVs and trailers are being moved from one unpermitted space to another. We are playing an insidious game of whack-a-mole with housing and the people that need it. We are not winning. This is a lose-lose game. When code compliance came to my property, they could have approached me, not just the tenants, but me as a property owner, to say, how can we make this work? What can you do? What can we make possible? They didn't do that. It was very punitive. It was like, I was told that I was creating a burden on the county by housing people. Now make that make sense. I was housing 4 families. I'm creating a burden? I think it's just the opposite. I was creating space where there is no space for people to go. So if I was approached to be included in this solution, and I could have permitted one of those buildings, but I was never even given any direction on how to do that. And frankly, I was so traumatized by the whole experience, I gave up. And so did the tenants. They're not doing well, and they're not going to good housing situations. I don't care what anybody says, they are doing poorly, mentally and physically. So we ask, please, we can do better. We can do way better. And we can work with you to create a solution using modern technologies that weren't available to us 20 years ago that would ensure health and safety for everybody, even if it's a temporary use permit, to allow people to live in a tiny home or an RV temporarily with county oversight. I mean, there's 100 things I could say that would be an idea. But please consider this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Josh Wolf. I live in District 1. I've lived in the county for about 3 years, and I helped co-found the Coalition for Compassionate Governance with Tanya and Tom. And I think that a lot of the things we've heard today are really resonating with the issue that we need to focus on. I made a Facebook poll on Nevada County Peeps, and I want to point out it's not scientific to make a Facebook poll. But 275 people all weighed in at 85%. It maintained that 85% approval of the ask for an evening session to discuss this issue. We want an evening session because, look around, these are the people that can come because they don't have work or they were able to take the day off. But there's thousands upon thousands of people in this county already living in unpermitted housing. That housing oftentimes can't be made permitted. People live in RVs, motorhomes. They've been living this way longer than I've been alive. Since the Back to the Land movement happened, this is how the community standards have developed. In this morning's newspaper, there's an article from our a county representative that talks about how no code violations happen without a complaint about violating community standards. Well, unfortunately, code enforcement doesn't enforce community standards. Code enforcement enforces these laws that are not aligned with community standards. And so when someone new moves in and says, oh, well, it's a beautiful place, but I just noticed the neighbors have 2 trailers with families that have been living for 2 decades. I want to get rid of them because state law says that you can't live in a trailer. So they call code enforcement and boom, they could be gone. Maybe they're not, maybe they find a solution. It all depends on how it works out. And from my understanding, there's not clear documentation of what happens to these folks. So we don't know whether, to Tanya's point, how many people code enforcement's intervention has taken stable families, disrupted them, and thrown them into the parking lot at Safeway. We do not know. And that's the concerning thing. Bob Dylan once wrote, "To live outside the law, you must be honest." And I think that quote resonates both with Nevada County's culture as well as this situation at hand. We have thousands of people who are unwittingly outlaws. They're not looking to be on the other side of the law. Just like with the issue of cannabis, there was this process of conforming what is the accepted community standards with what the law should be. And, you know, I think everyone agrees we made some mistakes in that process, but this is an opportunity to do that again. And so we're asking for you to schedule an evening meeting to consider a 1-year time period of making code enforcement violations where the housing itself is the violation. If there's a significant health or safety issue, absolutely, code enforcement needs to ensure that everyone is living in a healthy, safe manner. But people live in RVs, in RV parks, perfectly safe, but when you put it on private property, suddenly it's against the law, whether it's clean and orderly or, you know, a pigsty. There is no there is no gray. This is illegal. And so we're asking the board to put this on the agenda as an evening meeting, hear from the entire community about how this is the best solution to stop the creation of more homelessness so that we can actually fulfill the housing element. And then during that 1 year period, create a group with the county, with public, to basically have a holistic look at the code, identify where we can bring it up to modern standards, because the thing's 150 years old and out of date. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Josh.
Hi, I'm Diane Meisler. Also here about the issue of alternative housing in the form of trailers, RVs, yurts, et cetera, and would like to see a deprioritization of relocating people from those things and a focus instead and maybe funding for remediation of septic issues, electrical issues, safety issues. It seems to me that one trailer per household could probably be absorbed into the septic system. And I would also like to see a supervised camp for women, for starters, because they are at risk in homeless camps. Something fenced, something with an entrance that's monitored, where people apply and are allowed to be there. Of course, showers, bathrooms, garbage, and social services. And I also would like to see an evening meeting to talk about this stuff for people who are working and needing housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Madam Clerk, we have someone on the phone.
Yes, we have someone waiting. Can we bring the caller in, please?
Are you there, caller? There we go. I can hear you, Matthew, I think.
Okay, sorry about that. You got me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, very good. Caught me off guard. So the first thing I want to do, share with you guys is that for the next 3 days, I guess you're going to have a workshop in Grass Valley. And the Gold Country Stage, now known as what it's called, stops there at the Root Center and can take you right there to the bus station. And I would really appreciate it if some of the attending members, officials, elected representatives would ride the bus. I think it would change your lives, and that is a very short experience to change your life and have a new perspective on what's going on the bus. For over 50 years, I've been stomping around here with the different creeks and hillsides and mine shafts and toxic waste piles. Currently, we're talking about code compliance and onesies, twosies. But when it comes to the large developers that are breaking tons and tons of codes without nobody from the city or the county doing anything until the state comes up and finds them, and I'm speaking specifically of Loma Rica Ranch and all the mud runoff into Wolf Creek, all the material runoff into Wolf Creek, all the plastic, empty sandbags that are stuck on the branches, the tires, the shopping carts. And the shopping carts are so detrimental, they changed the hydrology to really reroute the creek. So without taking care of the creeks, and then we want to get Rise Gold in here to say, sure, you can use these creeks as a dumping ground to get rid of your mine water and raise it up to flood level. Well, that creek they want to use couldn't even handle our recent rain, and that was not even at flood level. They've diminished the capacity of the pipe from Oper Street to Hennessy School due to the sinkhole in the middle of Colfax Avenue in Grass Valley at Henderson Street. So a lot of our infrastructure is failing, yet we keep piling in more and more stuff. The Bennett Street homeless camp, I was out there, had to turn someone for cutting firewood on Empire Mine, Historic State Park. Took pictures and video, turned it in for them. Directly across the street at the Bennett Street camp, there's an illegal dump which I've met with the county out there personally. It's getting worse. Gas cans, paint, all kinds of stuff. And a lot of this is being done by contractors. Really large amounts of stuff it's going to take a crane to remove. Huge logs with these PG&E contractors. There's a guy up there right now with a chainsaw in the Bennett camp building a log cabin, 10 by 10 log cabin. No one seems to care that there was a fire right there. There's going to be more fires. And this property that Rise Gold has right in town here, right along Idaho, Maryland, right along Bennett, is a fire hazard. There's already been fire responses out there in the last several weeks. And as it dries out this year,
Wrap it up,
it'll be
Matthew.
gone.
Wrap it up, please.
Yes, so please put some consideration into what is happening right now before you even allow Rise Gold to come in, because their property is being used as a dumping ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. All right, is there any other public comment? All right, we will close the public comment, and I would just say, as you do know, I'm sure, that we're not to speak on the public comments because it is not agendized at this point. But these items that came up, Rise Gold for one, of course, I believe you know, and most people know that it will be coming to the Planning Commission, eventually coming to us. So there's lots of time to make more and more comments on Rise Gold. And the coalition, while no comments can be made today, we're definitely listening to what's being said, and we will be working with you as best that we can. Won't guarantee a night meeting at this point, but it is something that definitely could be considered. And so with that, thank you. Thank you for a very civil public comment period today. Everybody okay? Okay. Then the next item we have is our consent calendars. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may raise their concerns to the board members prior to the consent agenda being introduced. The supervisors will take the concerns under consideration and decide if there's any adequate reason to remove the item from consent. Supervisors? Nothing? Is there anybody with the public that would like to pull anything from the item or to make a comment? Please, come on up.
Hi, I'm Tom Lass, Community Development Director with the City of Grass Valley.
Yes.
Hi there. I'm not asking for anything to be removed, but I am here just if there are questions on item 14, working with the county on that particular project. So, thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Hey there, my name's Mark Wasley. I'm on the board at the Truckee-Donner Rec and Park. Thank you for all the work you're doing with the Rec and Park and the retiring General Manager, Steve Randall, on the regional planning for recreation. Today I'm here for the Truckee-Donner, or the Truckee Sanitary District. Also on item 14, thank you for Matt and Vera on the planning staff for working on the REAP grant to look towards rather septic and public sewer provide a barrier to providing additional housing. Thank you.
Very good, Mark. Thank you. You want to pull that? You okay with it? Okay.
Chair Schofield, I do have one caller for public, for the consent
Consent.
calendar.
Yes, please, caller.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Yes, hi, Ed, Matthew Coulter. I wanted to pull some things, but I'm not sure what you'll let me pull. I'd like to pull 8, 11, 14, 18, 24, and 27.
Okay,
I just have
Matthew.
brief questions. Just brief questions on each of those.
On each one of those?
Yes.
Come on, Matthew, that's too many. Got a priority?
Okay, let's go 8, 11, 14. How about that?
All right, 8, 11, 14.
Only 3. That's only 3 for a population of over 100,000 people.
Board, is anybody willing to pull those? Yeah, what is the question, Matthew?
Well, on number 8, the Wallace Designs, he was the architect for the new facility there on Old Tunnel, which the hill slipped and fell into the back of CVS and closed that store for 2 days. He's also done some other major faux pas here in town, and I'm just wondering, does his insurance cover that, or do we have to pay for that, the taxpayer? Because you're giving him $250,000 here to remodel a building that's already being used and is in very good shape. So I'm just wondering where all this money's going. That's on number 8. Number 11, the traffic striping plastic environmental.
We've heard that one before, Matthew. Go ahead. How about 14?
Well, I'd like to speak on the number 11 on the thermoplastic. Because the thermoplastic just laid down on Colfax Avenue has all been, a lot of it's been peeled up because they did it after it rained. So we got a lot of plastic shards now, like a 55-gallon drum full. So the thermoplastic, again, I brought in samples for you guys that fall off the road. It's an inferior product. We shouldn't be using it because it just ends up in the creeks. Number 14, the poop grants. Grass Valley getting $115,000, Nevada City $60,000, and Truckee $30,000. I'm just wondering why I'm looking out my window, seeing a brand new restroom facility that has not been opened yet in the park, and people are peeing on the side of the building. Memorial Park, a lot of money was put into it. There's new restrooms there, but they're locked, and I'm just wondering when we can open the ones we already have versus building new ones. And what's Grass Valley going to do with this $115,000? Since they can't even unlock the ones they already have. Those are my questions. Thank you.
All right, Matthew. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull item number 11 just for comments from Public Works. 14, really, Matthew's comment has more to do with the city of Grass Valley than the county of Nevada. So with that, thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew. With that, I'm going to, is there anybody else from the public that would like to pull anything? Couple questions? Oh, yeah, we're not pulling, we're just asking questions. Okay, we're good, we're good. Then I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item number 11.
So moved.
Okay, motion Hardy, seconded Sue. Roll call, please.
Yes, thank you. District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. All right, with that, item 11, if Trish, you want to respond to that very quickly?
Thank you, Chair Schofield. So item 11 is a resolution to approve the environmental clearance for our 2023 Nevada County Annual Striping Project, which is primarily paint. There is some thermoplastic, but as we've discussed before, thermoplastic is the best technology right now for certain types of high-use roadways. For example, we're not doing this in Nevada County, but in the city of Grass Valley, painting the roundabout with thermoplastic is much more efficient. You don't have to shut down the roadway to let it, dry and so forth. So again, this item, though, is just the environmental clearance, which it is categorically exempt. And that's what we're asking for approval on.
Okay. Very good. All right. With that, I'm just going to proceed.
So I just want to just be clear,
Yeah,
Patricia, though this is for the environmental clearance, but in general, we paint the stripes mostly through the county on our roadways. This is like for the fog lines and those types of things on the county roads.
We maintain about 560 miles of road, and most of that is still paint. We do have thermoplastic on some of our major arterials, and then we've also used a newer product on some of the other roads, and that was thanks to a grant recently. So there is some new technology being looked at, but it's not fully in effect yet. So really, paint and thermoplastic are our two best options today.
Okay, thank you, Tricia. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Any other questions? I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion Sue,
I'll second.
second Heidi. Roll call, please.
It's District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes, thank you. And I would say, Matthew, in the future, maybe give us a little heads up on these. You can email me, and maybe we can answer some of these questions for you. But you aren't going to see us pulling 5 and 10 items from consent agenda. But thank you for your call in. All right. Okay, where are we, guys?
The sanitation district meeting?
Yes, at this point, then, we are going to quickly take a recess here from the Board of Supervisors meeting and call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Directors of the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1. So I call that meeting to order, and the only item we have on here is the consent agenda. And there are two items here for the consent agenda. Is there any item that we would like to see pulled? Madam Clerk, any items from the public?
I'm not seeing any callers for this item.
Okay, very good. And at this point, I would entertain a motion.
Second.
Motion Sue, second Lisa. Roll call, please.
Excuse me, District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. And at this time, we have the public comment. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Directors on items not appearing on the agenda that are of interest to the public and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. With that, is there anybody from the public that would make a comment on the sanitation district? All right. Seeing none here, is there any callers?
I'm not seeing any callers, Chair.
Very good.
Excuse me, we do have one caller. He just showed up.
Okay.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Hi, Matthew Coulter. I didn't just show up. I've been hanging on. But, yeah, we've got a sewage problem here in town. I continue to take pictures of sewage flowing out of people's personal properties as well as city and county properties. I personally know of a contractor that came to work for you guys and he lasted a week because he was so appalled at the sewage treatment plants. And I know you guys like to give tours of the Wildwood and I think the Lake of the Pines plant, the newer ones. But as far as the older ones go, there's an issue, and there's a big issue. And raw sewage running on the street, I mean, I can accept that in really diminished third world countries, but it's something new for me here, and I find it pretty damn disgusting. So I hope you guys can get a grip on this, because the more people we add, they throw things down their septics, which a lot of people have never even heard of a septic. They don't even know what that is. Literally, these are people going to septic companies saying, why can't I throw everything down there? And it's the same thing with the sewer. Everyone's just throwing everything down there. It ends up in the creek, and you can walk the creek edges, and you can see below the sewage treatment plant in Grass Valley, for example, the waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. All right, with that, I'm going to close the public comment and adjourn the meeting of the Sanitation District, and we will reconvene the Board of Directors meeting, Nevada County Supervisors. And with that, we're going to go into our department head matters. And the next item we have is a Health and Human Services Director, Ryan Groover, resolution accepting designation of Nevada County as a Stepping Up Innovator County. Ryan.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm going to invite some co-presenters up to the presenter stations, and then I'll get out of the way as they come up here because we have quite a few people that are going to speak as part of this exciting item. So this item is really about the intersection of mental health and the criminal justice system. People who experience mental health issues are disproportionately likely to be represented in our jails. They're also much more highly likely to also suffer from co-occurring substance disorder. The jail spends a lot of time and money, or the jails nationwide spend a lot of time and money with people that suffer from these issues out of proportion to people that don't. And despite that, they suffer higher rates of recidivism, rearrest, and being caught in that revolving door that we hear so much about. In response to these issues, nationwide in 2015, a movement called Stepping Up was formed. And in 2016, this board had the foresight to join the nationwide Stepping Up movement, becoming one of 500 counties nationwide representing 43 states. Today, we're excited that we are being nominated as a Stepping Up Innovator County. So we're going to join a much smaller group of counties that have really made progress in this space. It's been a collaborative effort involving all the people you're going to hear from today, and we're excited to talk to you about a lot of the work that's being done as we ask the board to accept this nomination as an Innovator County. So I'm going to get out of the way, and I think I'm turning it over to Phoebe next.
Hi, Phoebe Bell, Behavioral Health Director, and we're actually going to start with Probation Chief Jeff Goldman, who's going to talk a little bit about how we first got involved with Stepping Up.
Good morning. So in 2016, I came to the board asking for support for Nevada County to join the Stepping Up initiative, and at that time, we became the 22nd county to join in the state of California. And at that time, we realized that the community members, as Ryan had kind of said, were the community members that were suffering from mental illness have worse outcomes in the system, and we'll go through some of those outcomes here in a minute. Like longer jail stays, and without some sort of change, large numbers of people would continue to cycle through the criminal legal system, often resulting in tragic outcomes for those individuals and their families, missed opportunities for connections to treatment, and inefficient use of funding and a failure to improve public safety. And at that time, some of the early efforts that were helped along at that time from a grant called the Mentally Ill Offender Crime Reduction Grant that we had resulted in mental health screening at different phases during the process of the system, which we'll talk about here in a minute. It helped kind of get an idea of what the population was and how we could address that. And then also a team of local law enforcement that would staff the high utilizers and connect them with forensic liaisons, which was sort of a precursor to some of the current crisis intervention efforts that we're doing now, as well as some reentry work and crisis intervention training for all law enforcement that's led to some of the stuff that Phoebe and some of the other presenters are going to talk about.
Thanks, Jeff, and thanks for your patience with a little bit of a revolving door of presenters here today, but it really underscores the real intention of Stepping Up, which is Stepping Up isn't a program, it's really a vision, an attitude about how do we work collectively across systems to make change in an area where no one entity can do it themselves. Behavioral health can't therapy people out of this problem. The jail can't custody people out of this problem, et cetera, et cetera. But working together, we can start to devise cross-system solutions that will help reduce the number of people with mental illness in jail and instead connect them to the treatment resources that are needed. And that's been the exciting work that has been so successful in this county, and really why we were nominated for this status is the partnership that we have here is really pretty phenomenal and pretty exceptional. We sometimes take it for granted that we can just get around a table and problem solve issues, and it's really we have a consultant working with us who just says, this is not what I see in every county, and it's really the secret sauce that's allowed us to make a lot of progress on this issue. One of the first things we did as a group when we sort of kicked into gear a few years ago and really decided we want to tackle this subject is conduct what's called a sequential intercept map. And really that highlights the complexity of this topic. It seems like simple, how do we have less people with mental illness in jail? We just put less people in jail. But really there's a whole bunch of decisions that happen along the path from the moment somebody's first having a hard time in a community setting to the moment where they get booked in jail. There's a whole bunch of decisions that have already occurred that could lead to treatment instead of to incarceration, and so on and so forth, from the booking process through the stay in jail and to the exit process. They're all different places where they're essentially off-ramps into resources and treatment. And that's where the conversations we've had as a group have allowed us to start to develop some of the solutions that can create those off-ramps being available to people. And that's what you'll hear about briefly today. So for us, Stepping Up has meant a core group of us convenes monthly and talks through issues. We use data to guide those conversations, and we'll talk more about that. And then different programs and policy changes and solutions have come about in part because of those conversations that we're having regularly and the new understanding we have of our challenges. So one of the first things that happened right off the bat is our sheriff partner in the jails instituted what's called the Brief Jail Mental Health Screen as a screening tool for every single person booked into jail. And this is a significant milestone to achieve that many counties don't get to, because you can't start to change this if you don't have a good understanding of who is in your jails and what their needs are. The Brief Jail Mental Health Screen is a little bit of a proxy tool for people with more significant mental illness. It kind of overrepresents, so not everybody that gets screened positive necessarily has a significant mental illness, but they certainly have some amount of needs that need to be addressed to avoid them returning to jail. And so once we had that in place, we could look at our data and recognize that, as the National Stepping Up Initiative indicates, we're overbooking people with serious mental illness. So about 20% of our population being booked into jail screen high on that screening tool or have some level of mental illness. The length of stay for those folks is significantly higher than the length of stay for people that don't screen positive on that tool. And their recidivism is much, much higher. So that was our baseline data to say, yep, just like everybody else, these are problem areas for us, and what can we start to do to chip away at these baseline measures and have less discrepancy between people with mental illness and people without mental illness and their representation in the criminal justice system. Because really what that speaks to is there's a whole bunch of people represented there that really, if we were treating them better, getting them better engaged in the treatment resources they need, they wouldn't be showing up in the criminal justice system. It's really significantly about their mental illness that's creating the situations that are leading to acting inappropriately in community, getting arrested, and getting booked into jail. How do we do it differently for them? And so we're now going to hear from each of our partners briefly about some examples of some of the programs that have come to be in the last few years. Some of them may or may not have happened anyway, but they all represent the collaboration and partnership that we're using to sort of make progress on this big systemic issue. And so first up, we have Alicia Burgett, our undersheriff.
Good morning. Sheriff Moon recognized this challenge when she first came into office, and she dedicated her resources to creating 2 mobile crisis teams. You had plenty of presentations from them. She started with one. We partnered with behavioral health to put a therapist in a car with a sworn peace officer to try and meet people where they were in their crisis before they got to jail, and then to do follow-up with them while they're on the street. And it was such a success, and it was so highly needed that she decided to dedicate more resources to do a second MCT. So I've given you the stats for our mobile crisis team for 2022. We had 374 calls for service just with our team. 402 individuals were served in 2022. They did 327 referrals to treatment and placed 203 on protective holds, or what you would know as 5150. Sheriff Moon took it a step further. She identified that although she's addressing the problem in the streets, there is a problem in the jail as well. And while we do have the mental health screening tool, she did partner with WellPath to do what's called an EASE program. And it's called Early Access and Stabilization Services for inmates who are deemed incompetent to stand trial. The EASE program reaches patients in detention facilities and requires only small adjustments to our facility staffing, with funding by the state. The program includes weekly psychiatric appointments, daily nursing services, weekly counseling, and psychological assessments. If EASE participants fail to overcome barriers to competency, they are transferred to more intensive Department of State Hospital restoration programs. A primary goal of the EASE program is to evaluate patients, stabilize them psychiatrically, and provide treatment with individualized medication therapy. And once stabilized, individuals can more quickly complete a competency restoration program. Currently, there are only 20 counties in the state of California that participate. Nevada County is one of them. And if you're gonna ask, we currently have 2 inmates in our EASE program. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And next up, we have Casey Ayers from the District Attorney's Office. Oops.
Slide. Thank you. Good morning. Another way in which all the partners help this group of people is through mental health diversion, which actually was statutorily enacted in California in 2018, and Nevada County started assisting people in this way through the court system that same year. There have been minor changes to the law just this year in 2023, minor change that provided for the assistance through mental health diversion to people with more recent mental health diagnoses that can get this help. One of the ways in which this program works here locally is first, there has to be a criminal complaint filed against an individual. That can be either a felony complaint or a misdemeanor complaint. From that, then the court has jurisdiction over this case. It takes the entire team, not only the district attorney's office, but also defense counsel, primarily here in Nevada County, the public defender's office, because someone has to recognize if it has been missed previously that this person has this diagnosis and that the crime that they are accused of committing is reasonably linked to that mental illness. From there, the court oversees either a 1-year maximum treatment program for a misdemeanor or a 2-year maximum treatment program for a felony case. That person is then seen by a team of providers. A comprehensive treatment program is then submitted through a defense attorney to the court, and the court ensures through regular updates from that team of clinicians and providers that that person is getting the treatment that has been recommended for that person. The way that this has worked out actually in Nevada County is that the people who have engaged in this program, both on the misdemeanor level and the felony level, have then had that oversight and those wraparound services from medication to housing to a social worker, just someone to regularly check in and make sure that that person is not only out of custody, but getting those services that maybe they haven't had the chance to be connected to in the past. And that has, as we have seen it in these, in the numbers, 30 clients from 21 to 22, and ever increasing every month in this county. Those people then are prevented oftentimes from being arrested again and taken to jail because they have those wraparound services. And just one example of how that has worked, that team, so if someone is going through a crisis while they are under this supervision, while their case is not being prosecuted anymore, it has been stayed in the courts. If there is some type of crisis, they are seen by their team of providers, or maybe their defense attorney, or maybe even the judge. And there are people listening to what is going on for that person, and then a huge attempt to prevent them from getting any new criminal charges or losing housing, for example, or not continuing with their treatment or medication. And then just another part of this brief overview of how this program is working in Nevada County. It is primarily through the public defender's office, but also private defense counsel, getting these people to behavioral health and the treatment they need. But some of our successes in Nevada County have not only been through behavioral health, but also Department of Veterans Affairs and a little portion through private insurance. And then upon successful completion, the criminal complaints are completely dismissed, and those people, oftentimes what we see, maintain connection to those treatment providers.
And we have Chief Goldman again from probation.
All right, so one of the newer programs that's really just starting to get underway is the incompetent to stand trial diversion. And so when individuals are declared incompetent to stand trial, or IST, they can spend incredibly long periods of time in jail, sometimes waiting for a state hospital bed. And so we decided to work with behavioral health to support an IST diversion program for those individuals that we felt they could be safely served in the community. And I believe a lot of those folks, and Phoebe can speak to this more than I can, that end up going to the state hospital, end up coming back after being assessed at the state hospitals, saying that they can be served in the community. And so the state will provide funding to build local capacity, specifically in the realm of bringing more treatment beds online. And part of that is probation assessing the different risk factors and their needs relative to their criminal behavior, and then supporting other system partners by monitoring and reporting out on their compliance, as well as supporting them in addressing their needs. And so, like I said, this program just kicked off, so I believe we just have our first participant that was brought into the program. And I think we have a total of, we're looking for 6? Is that the total? Yeah. So, and I believe there's another piece of it that now that if we end up sending too many people to the state hospital, there'll be a fine to the county as well if we take up too many state hospital beds. So this program will help divert those folks from taking up those beds, as well as spending that extra time in jail. So, thank you.
Jeff. And Carrie Klein, our public defender.
Good morning. So one of the things that the sequential intercept mapping did is it did show us gaps in services. And one of the gaps was one that I had been talking about since I came here in 2007, which is we needed someone embedded in the public defender's office who could help our clients access services easier. A lot of my clients don't have transportation. They distrust the system. They see behavioral health and other government offices as being against them, and no matter how that mistrust is false, it is something that we deal with when we are trying to get someone into services. So when we did the sequential intercept map, that was a gap we identified, is we needed someone embedded in the public defender's office who could work with our clients. Phoebe applied for a Prop 47 grant and found funding to fund a personal services case manager in my office. It's a wonderful woman named Carmen. She has been amazing. And she has been with us for about 3 years. Her funding ends, and the Community Corrections Partnership has agreed to fund her for next fiscal year. She has worked with 152 clients, and those are individual people, through the Prop 47 grant. On top of that, she has worked with additional public defender clients who are not part of the Prop 47 grant, either because they chose not to participate or their services weren't quite the same as what the Prop 47 grant was doing. So she does things like she transports people to treatment. She picks them up from the jail and makes sure that they have clothing, because one of the things you lose when you are homeless or unhoused and go to jail for a warrant or for new charges is you lose all of your belongings that you don't have with you. You also, if you're an employed person and you spend 30 days in jail, frequently you lose your job, or you lose your birth certificate. So a lot of what Carmen has done is drive people places to get birth certificates, driver's licenses, and the things that we, without a thought, rely on in our day-to-day life. Carmen is committed. She is a contractor through Turning Point, and she is committed to making sure that our clients see the best of the world and that they can get out of the criminal legal system. And an example, and not a Prop 47 client, is one of our big issues within my office is we deal with parole violations now. Parole violations they don't have probation officers who are awesome and will go and find them. They have parole agents who are usually stationed at the Auburn Parole Office. Those agents are a little bit of a revolving door, where they switch assignments quite frequently. And when you have an unhoused client with no transportation, getting to parole is challenging. And Carmen will drive them to their parole appointments. I had an individual who was getting parole violation after parole violation because he couldn't get to the office. He would try walking and was unsuccessful. He would try hitchhiking and would give up after a few hours. He's off parole now. And it's been a long time since he's been off parole. And it's all due to Carmen's work with my office. We didn't have someone else to drive him places. She works with some of our most severely mentally ill clients, and one of the things that she has managed to do is she builds trust and rapport with them, and through that, then she can get them to trust walking into behavioral health and getting the help that they need, and working with a therapist or a psychologist, taking their medications, accept the housing that's being offered. And it's been an amazing advantage to have her stationed with us.
And then last strand to highlight is just from the behavioral health perspective, some of the places where we've focused our work is how do we link people who are coming out of jail into treatment more seamlessly so we don't lose them in that gap between walking out the doors of the jail and reentering the community. We have a forensic case manager who that's all they do is that linkage piece straight from jail into services. And we also, through grant funding, were able to hire a therapist to supplement the work that the Sheriff's Office and WellPath does in terms of treatment in the jails. This therapist really is focused on assessments and linkage to appointments. And one of the things we've really found is that if we can get people to go straight from jail to residential substance use treatment, their success rate is significantly higher because they've had that kind of cooling off time in jail and to rethink their priorities and to clear substances from their system. And they're pretty interested in change at that moment. If we can make that change accessible by getting them straight into a bed, it's much more likely to work. And so that's really made a difference. We had 48 people in the last fiscal year do that process, go straight. And it's a lot of coordination to have a bed available the day that somebody's being released and physically get them from here to there and the whole 9 yards. And I hope what you took from sort of that smorgasbord of different things that are happening out there is both the complexity and intentionality of the work, of the different ways that we're all trying to chip away at this shared goal, but the ways also that it's the partnership, that none of those things happened with just one department. It's all of us working together across those systems that are allowing us to make progress in those little ways that together can add up to impacting that baseline info that we talked about. One of the reasons, in addition to all that great work, that we've been nominated as an Innovator County is because of our data work. And I just want to talk about that briefly. What we've been able to do with the help of a consultant is take data out of the behavioral health system, the jail system, the probation system, the homeless management system, merge that data, de-identify it so it's not any personal data, but then look aggregately at trends and issues. For example, somebody with a schizophrenic diagnosis who is not engaged in treatment is much more likely to go to jail many, many times. That's helpful to know. And what is that number? And what service can we get in place to reach that population? And so a lot of these efforts are really earmarked at things we found as we've analyzed our data and recognized some of the subpopulations that are really struggling in our systems. What can we do differently or better for them? That length of stay data, we really did a deep dive to say, why are people staying so long? And it turns out a lot of it is our incompetent to stand trial folks. So now we have a lot of programs we're trying to stand up to shorten that time frame, for example. So in closing, thanks for your patience. I know that was a lot of information, but it's just a really important and complicated subject that I think our county is really shining in, and each of these partners is doing more than what they were even able to talk about by far, but it gave you a little flavor of some of the great work happening in this area. And with that, I think all of us would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Phoebe. Thank you to the team. Comments, questions? Heidi?
Yeah, thank you. Wow. Thank you for bringing all that information out. I hope we can get that out to the public too, to understand what a problem this is and what a great program this is to get to solutions to this problem. I just want to thank you all. It's clear that your heart is in this work. So I want to thank you all for making it work, for finding these solutions, for using the data. This is really impressive. I have just two kind of clarification questions. Maybe I'll ask them both, Phoebe, and you can figure out who answers them. Mm-hmm. One is just not sure I understood the IST, the diversion process. So you take somebody who is incompetent to stand trial, send them to a state hospital for treatment, but sometimes they come back. That was unclear to me what that process was. And then My second question is, and I think, Phoebe, you alluded to this at the end, but the process where you identify people on the street, or there's a case brought, and then you get mental health services, or you bring them in to get them services right away. Does that also apply to people who behave with the drug addiction issues? Because we know there's such a combination of mental health and drug addiction issues, and how you would, separate them out to figure out, is it a mental health issue or an addiction issue or both? So wanted to make sure that those services were also available for folks who may present just with addiction issues.
Yeah, great questions. I'll start to answer and anyone else jump in. On the diversion front, so traditionally what happens is if somebody's found incompetent to stand trial, meaning their mental illness is so severe that they're unable to participate in their own defense, their criminal case is put on hold and they're sent to the state hospital to see if they can regain competency. The problem is the influx of people is so massive and the number of beds is insufficient and the wait times were many, many, many months, which also causes a lot of duress for the jails who are trying to manage people with serious mental illness who need treatment, and they're just sitting in jail waiting for this bed. And so the diversion program, the idea there is many of these folks aren't dangerous criminals, they're just severely mentally ill people who need treatment, and if we can safely serve them in a community setting, if we can wrap housing and supportive services and medication and things like that around them, start that in the jail through the program Alicia was talking about, bring that into a community setting with support from probation and with treatment from behavioral health and with housing resources we're trying to stand up, then we can avoid that long wait time and not send them to the state hospital. And then on the substance use piece, yeah, Stepping Up originally really focused specifically on mental illness. We quickly recognized that substance use needs are just as important when we're looking at that intersection with the jail system, and connection to treatment is just as important. So really most of our work is very intertwined. We're treating co-occurring folks, we're treating people with just substance use disorder needs as well as just mental health needs.
And that's available right from the start, the substance use?
Yeah.
Okay, that's really great to know too. Thank you again. I think those are all my questions, Chair.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Can I add one thing to your IST question, which is this? When you send someone to the state hospital, they are treated in a different location, a different community. They're in a locked facility, being treated by doctors, therapists, psychologists that they will never see again. When they are treated here, and we do something like the IST diversion program, they are building a connection to local services that hopefully they will continue to engage in. We see an awful lot of people return from state hospital competent, and I put that in quotation marks, who quickly lose competence because they have no connection to their treatment anymore. So I'm hopeful that this will help us keep people on track and get them out of the criminal legal system.
Thank you, that's a helpful explanation.
Yeah, building a community connection, some accountability and friendship and support. Thank you, it's awesome to hear. And what was really great for me is I've had independent conversations with Jeff and with Phoebe and Ryan and Jesse and other people about how all these programs fit together, and then coming here and seeing all the information presented comprehensively is awesome to see it connecting. And I will mention that too, in every organization, as you know, like each independent, service offering in the county has its own independent mission. So for you to pivot and add workload, right, to meet up with your colleagues inside the county to serve others is just so commendable, and I so appreciate that, because I know you have your own core mission that you're striving to serve every day. It costs a lot of money and time, so it's awesome. And I think, we throw the word wraparound services around, and that's essentially what you're describing to us, right? Is this, we wrap all of our services into one connection with these people? Am I using that term correctly?
Yeah, I mean, there's different levels of intensity of that for people, different levels of the system, but in the ideal world, that is what we're trying to do, is sort of more seamlessly create that web of support.
Great. Okay, yeah. Just a couple of quick questions. We have the ranch house on at 1:30 to talk about that, and that's serving 6 people that probably need a lot of the services that you've described today. And then we have the artist lofts and Coldstream Commons, which have been a subject of intense discussion in the east side of the county. And I'm just wondering how we interface with those people or how this program impacts people in housing that we have supported and helped them get to? Is there some direct connection, or is it all just part of that web of services that we offer? Obviously, these services come to bear on that population, and we as supervisors hear a lot about the problems created from some of those placements, and I just want to talk a little bit, because I know you're providing those solutions. I'd just like to hear about that.
Yeah, so again, Stepping Up's not a program. You heard about, 5 programs that all get to that same Stepping Up goal, and there's many others that all the partners do that also get to that same goal. How we, the interface with housing, I think first and foremost, what we do know is people who are unhoused are much more likely to end up in the criminal justice system just because they're in public settings all the time. And so any behavior issues or challenges or tough moments can quickly escalate into arrests. And so just by getting people into housing, their intersection with the criminal justice system is lessened significantly. How we allow people to stay stable and safe in that housing in an ongoing way depends a little on their needs and a little on the housing that they've landed in, but it's very much about the supportive services and the flexibility and creativity to bring services to people. Some of the programs that folks were talking about, where it's really about trying to meet people where they're at and break down some of those barriers, I think is the other key element.
Thank you. And just one more quick on the district attorney side, the amnesty program that has been described as being started up, I know it started maybe in East County, but is going to other areas. Is that also connected, obviously? Is part of getting somebody, diverting them away from?
So yes, the short answer is yes. I think it's definitely a part of, as Phoebe was saying, all the different programs that are sort of encompassed within the Stepping Up initiative. But yes.
Sue?
First, thanks. That was a lot of information. I mean, it's always interesting, and I look back at another meeting where we talked that a lot of people, before they come all the way full circle, they've had 500 touches, or plus or minus whatever. But so there's so much connection that has to happen, to get to that last spot where you feel integrated back into the community and you feel comfortable. And I'm just always amazed at the initiative that you all take and the changes and how you collaborate, because like you said, you don't see it everywhere. I think that's one of the things that's pretty special about Nevada County is we do take this very seriously, and you guys put a lot of love. There's a lot of love that goes into this. Back to that whole heart thing this year, you guys are the epitome of what we do here in our community. So I just want to thank you. There's a lot of good questions that you answered, and just kind of want to, it'll be fun to keep track of how this grows and how many people actually get to benefit from it. So all of you do such a very special job here, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, thanks for a great presentation. In my 3 weeks I've been here, I have been extremely impressed by how collaborative the county is, internally with each department, and just watching the collaboration that has occurred with the work that you're doing. In particular, between law enforcement and behavioral health, the last year and a half volunteering up at the sheriff's office, I really saw the positive impact from the mobile crisis teams and just the difference that that's made in people's lives. And I think that having the support from behavioral health is really important, but then seeing how all the other departments are involved with the work that goes on and really helping people. So like Sue said, it does come from the heart, and I watch how passionate all of you are, and I'm very impressed. So thanks for all the work that you're doing, and I continue to look forward to seeing the progress that you're making. It's great to have a actual program like this where you can come in and you can report each faction of it to see how it's working to all of us. So thanks for all your hard work.
Yeah, Phoebe, I think it's one of those things where we say, I forget the numbers, but how many counties in the nation?
There's about 50 that are at this innovator level.
So we can say, wow, that's really wonderful, congratulations. But I think the most important thing is that Nevada County has recognized an issue, and here's how we can work to make it come together and make it work. And it's so wonderful that, as Lisa just said, it's collaborative, that we have all our major departments working on this. So all I can say is congratulations, and I certainly hope that you begin to see those results that I know that you're looking for. So we'll be looking forward to some future meetings with on this same topic. Thanks to all of you for being here and making that report. So with that, is there any public comments that would like to be made on this? Is there someone on the phone?
We do have one caller. Can we
Bring that
bring the
caller in.
caller in, please?
Is that me?
Gotcha, Matthew.
Okay, very good. Yeah, my perspective is slightly different from the inside, having been thrown in Nevada County Jail more than once, repeatedly, and the longest stay recently was 30 days, and to literally have staff on the sly tell me to report things, and to be with people, some are obviously very mentally ill and have been for a long time and have a long time to stay there. And there is talk among the inmates of like the holy grail to get a bed for these people to get out of there and get to the proper type of treatment. I'd have to say the majority of people that I was in with that were pretty hardcore individuals were, I'd consider nice, normal people. They just had some difficulties, and I have to say I hung on the whole conversation to hear if housing would come up, because housing seemed to be the key element all the way through, losing housing, maintaining housing, housing. So it just seems to be like such a stressor on people that it's no wonder that they do drugs and alcohol to try to survive the cold and the heat. So without that reprieve, and that's why I offer for you guys to ride the bus, because you'll ride the bus with some of these folks that are there specifically on the bus in the morning and the bus in the evening to get warm before they go find a place to lay down. It's extremely sad. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Phoebe, would you like to make a comment on that? I know the housing is, and I heard you mention in the report too.
Yeah, 100% agree with Matthew's comments, actually. Housing is absolutely a critical element to people being able to stay stable and well in community. And that secondly, I also agree with him that like this is a work in progress, that we're not up here saying we've solved this problem and there are no more issues. What we're saying is we've committed to a North Star of trying to make this better for people, and we are chipping away at it in all kinds of creative ways, and we'll continue to do so. And I hope the day comes when we don't have people suffering with serious mental illness symptoms, sitting in jail, needing treatment, and instead we've connected them up front to where they need to be.
Thank you, Phoebe. Is there any other comments? All right, seeing none, I think that we are open for a resolution accepting the designation of Nevada County as a stepping up innovator
So
county.
moved, proudly.
Second.
Proud motion by Heidi, seconded by Hardy. Roll call.
Thank you. District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes, yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes. Thank you, team.
Good job, you guys.
All right. Guess we're running a little bit behind, but Allison, you have about 15 minutes to do a review and provide feedback on the 2022 Board Objectives Year-End Report. Allison?
Absolutely. We'll make sure that we back into that time frame. I'd like to introduce Assistant CEO Caleb Dardick that will provide a board a year-end update with our objectives of 2022. Thank you, Caleb.
Hey, Caleb.
All right. Good morning, Chair Schofield, board members. And it's a pleasure to make this presentation, and it is perfectly fine to keep it brief because I think that it is a good prelude to this board workshop that is ahead of us. And I think you will be hearing from staff speaking to each of the 8 objectives in the past year and then looking forward. So this will really be just a quick summary. So I should be able to control this from here. So just a quick reminder, this we report to you on a quarterly basis using the ClearPoint tool to give you a written report that's also posted online, and we're tracking the 8 objectives, of which each has, between 5 or more initiatives, and then actions as well. And we are welcome at any time your comments on those reports. Are they useful to you and your constituents? The board objective process clearly matches the budget adoption process, and I just want to highlight that while we publish quarterly, we present to you at mid-year and year-end as we are today. The board objectives are familiar to you, and we'll go over each of these shortly. And I would like to add that I know we're tight on time, but we do have staff who are the leads for each of these objectives, either on Teams or in the chambers, if you do have questions. So starting at the first one, fiscal stability and core services, you'll be hearing quite a bit about the county's financial position, but the key takeaway is we're on track. And I think in the interest of time, I will leave it at that. Moving into emergency preparedness, there's been some great success on the grant funds. I think most of you are familiar with the $750,000 for the Ponderosa West fuel break project. That required a 1-to-1 match, so great work on the federal legislative side and, of course, to your board for providing that from the general fund. Maintenance projects are probably the hardest thing that we do as a community and as an organization. It's great to get that shiny new object, but to maintain it, which is the key piece of successful mitigation for fire, is important. So I really commend the staff for that. We have a program, I do want to point out the Access and Functional Need Grant Program. This provides clearing grants to homeowners, low income, and seniors, people with disabilities, to remove hazardous fuels around their home. We've completed 35 projects this year, and we've pre-qualified another 300 to begin this fall. Number of other grant programs. Another piece I just want to point out because it's one of the things we don't think of. You know, we're so proud of our emergency response collaboratives and partnerships and putting out the fire and taking care of people in the moment. But what is often not remembered is that the claim process with FEMA and Cal OES can sometimes take years. And I really want to call out the OES staff for their commitment to making sure that these claims are defensible and then get reimbursed. And in that regard, our Jones Fire claim with FEMA was reimbursed at 88%. Moving into economic development, couple highlights here. I think I will just move to really our continued partnership with the Sierra Business Council. Really great job reaching out and providing that one-on-one consulting. So often we get calls from a single sole proprietor or a new business who's coming into Nevada County and wants to get the lay of the land. And they really provide some of those technical resources as well as a coordination with our team that really helps a new business get off the ground. I think a big initiative for our community is broadband, and we have a broadband work group that's in place several years right now. You have approved the funding for an EIR that would, an environmental impact report. That programmatic EIR should be coming to you next month, and that will really provide should expedite approvals for future broadband construction. You know, some of the challenges we have is that we hear about these great grants where low-income family members families can get access to discounts basically for the internet, to pay for their internet bill, but they don't know about it. How do you find out what's going on? So I really want to call out our PIO team, social services that's gotten the word out about these grants and helped so many households take advantage of a program that's just sitting there, but for them finding out. And that's an important piece. I think all of us who've been working in the broadband space have been frustrated to be told by, these state and federal agencies that you're covered, right? You have broadband according to your map. And so what we have been working on lately, because we know those maps are notoriously inaccurate, is to challenge that data and to work with residents and give them tools to look at the maps and submit individual challenges to that incorrect data. By correcting these maps, we're going to be able to expand access to future funding for broadband expansion. And then I think you'll be hearing quite a bit more during the board workshop, the county's partnership with Golden State Connect and the fact that we applied for and won a $500,000 grant that from the CPUC that will allow us and support our network design and engineering work for that project in the county. That's a big one that we will be talking about in more detail later this week. Cannabis, I think you just, was it just last meeting where you approved changes to the ordinance in that regard? So you're very familiar with what's going on. So a couple just quick hits that I want to point out. The team finalized 67 permits, which is on par with last year. They have applied for grants. They are very competitive for a $2.4 million cannabis equity grant. We should know mid-month, next month, if that was awarded or not. So much of the work in the cannabis space is about collaboration with state, federal, and local agencies, especially going after and abating the most egregious cultivation sites. So just a few stats from the team want to share. 359 cannabis compliance inspections took place last year. With the support of the sheriffs, 18 warrants were issued. Fish and Wildlife, 11 warrants were issued, resulting in the abatement of 85,000 plants and removal of 4,700 pounds of processed cannabis, and related 19 arrests and 12 firearms confiscated. So very important collaborative work on the enforcement side. Very exciting news on the housing front, quite a bit of progress. Again, you'll be hearing so much more about this. We'll just hit some of the highlights. Brunswick Commons was completed in August. Cashins Field is leased up. Scheduled move-ins are happening this month. And in Truckee, the Pacific Crest Commons is a collaborative housing project proposed for the California Highway Patrol surplus site. It's receiving funding for 10 supportive housing units and has secured another $2 million in soft financing to move that project forward. You're familiar with the 31 units in Penn Valley at Lone Oak, the completion of the Artist Loft, and the use of trailers for sheltering related to COVID. How are we for time? A couple more minutes, almost done. Homelessness, a couple big wins here. Purchased and renovated the Empire Mine Courtyard with home key funds, 22 units, 9 remodeled in May, another 9 coming on in February. Excited about the purchase of the Sutton Way site for a navigation center. That'll be adjacent to Brunswick Commons, and we'll be discussing that in more detail, and the success in serving our veterans. 28 veterans secured permanent housing last year, and while 18 remain homeless, 5 of those have housing plans. 6 are moving to inactive status because they're not engaging, and perhaps they have found housing, and 7 are new to the system. Our newest objective for 2022 was recreation. Great strides in that front. The board accepted a $200,000 matching grant from the Sierra Nevada Conservancy and approved a contract with Design Workshop to develop a recreation and resiliency master plan. It's been great to see the level of collaboration and partnership. We've reached out to over 90 organizations who are participating in that work countywide. So many good things to talk about. Western Gateway RV Park received a little over $1 million in state funds to support a new RV park and make improvements to Buttermaker's Cottage and the 3 ball fields there. And finally, closed with staff and board members hosted the first Regional Nevada County Sustainability Summit, bringing together agency directors, thought leaders, recreation partners, and to focus on climate conservation and recreation. And with that, we'll take your questions and any discussion.
Thank you, Caleb. Excellent report, and I'm sorry to have rushed you and didn't mean to do that.
No, not at all.
It's very important. Great report, and I know it's kind of a preliminary for our planning session starting tomorrow. So, questions, board? Lisa?
No questions. I'd look forward to the workshop the next 3 days, so having input for the coming year's work plan. So thanks for the presentation. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Caleb. Good presentation. That only touches a little bit on the stuff that we actually completed in this last year. So I really appreciate that. Look forward to the workshop that we're headed into so that we can even finish and improve on what we've already started. So thank you. Good report.
Artie?
Yeah, thank you, Caleb. I dug into the Q4 as well, and I always enjoy seeing these reports. And we're very familiar with the content of what's in there because we keep pace. That's our job. But there's a lot of this information online to anybody listening or attending the meeting where you can get it in the information and see it for yourself. So it's on our website. It can be found there, and I just appreciate the transparency and all the data that's gone into showing people what we're doing.
Heidi?
Yep, same. Thank you for that very brief report. It was just a snapshot of all the good work we're doing. And commend all the staff who have done all that work. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Caleb. And you know, when you asked, are those reports that come to us throughout the year important to us? They are. They are.
Thank you.
And within those reports are questions that we're often asked by our constituents. I think of a meeting I had just the other day where they asked about the recreation program. Quite honestly, I didn't have a really good answer because I wasn't really, I guess I didn't do the homework as well as I should have, but those reports are great because that information is there for us. So looking forward to hearing more about it in the next few days. Is there any public comment on this item? Do we have someone on the line?
Yes, we do have one caller, Chair.
Very good.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
No, I have no comment. I'm just listening through the phone. That's how I have access. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. All right. We need to take any action on this? I don't believe we do we?
If you could just accept the report, that could be a
Okay.
voice vote.
Voice vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, all those in favor?
Thank you, yes.
Aye.
Thank you,
All
Board.
right. Thank you, Caleb. Good report. All right, for our next item, I think we'll take a few minutes while we bring everybody in. And then we'll take a real brief recess until Steve can get things organized here.
Good to see you.
All right, we'll call this meeting back to order. All right, so at this time, we have some special presentation in Nevada County Employee Service Award. This is a very special day for us, a recognition of our wonderful employees. And what I'd like to do is have Steve introduce the item, and then we'll ask for some public comments, and then we will make the presentation. Steve?
Perfect. Good morning, Chair, members of the board, honored guests, and our employees at the Joseph Center who are attending today via teleconference. My name is Steve Rose. I'm the HR Director for Nevada County. I'm honored to introduce the Employee Service Awards Program for calendar year 2022. This year, we are recognizing 117 employees who have served between 5 and 25 years with the county. The 117 employees come from all over the county and represent most every department and career. We have 6 individuals who have reached 25 years of service, representing more than a century and a half of combined service. Altogether, our employees represent a whopping combined 1,240 years of service in Nevada County. One of the career highlights working for Nevada County is working alongside our dedicated professionals and public servants, such as the recipients who will be receiving these milestones today.
All right, thank you, Steve. All right, so before we actually get into the actual presentations, I need to ask, is there anybody that would like to make a public comment on this in general about our employees? All right. Julie, is anybody online?
I'm not seeing any callers for this item.
Very good. Well, let's go on into the presentations then. We will come down there, and I guess I get to make the first presentations. And I do want to say this is really an honor. You know, when we do so much work within our community and throughout the state, and in some cases even the nations, we talk about some of the programs that we're so proud of. When we talk about those programs, it's the people that make it work here. So there's a tremendous amount of pride in you in what we do. So thank you so much for your service. And I have the opportunity and the privilege to honor the 25-year recipients at this point. And the first person, if you would come on up here, is from Behavioral Health, Kim Cuisinot. Kim? And from Behavioral Health, Dawn Federmeyer. Dawn? Roads Maintenance, Robert Hoskin. Hey, Robert. From HHSA Administration, Annette LeFrancis. Did I say that wrong?
No, you said it right.
Okay. And from Sheriffs in the Truckee, Jeanette Bullanex. Glad you could make it over the hill.
Thank you.
And from Probation, Mike Spinicki. Didn't I get it?
Close. Sit, Nikki, it's all good.
Sipnicki, of course, that's what I said. All right. Pictures? Got them all?
Just a quick announcement. Penny will be in the lobby afterwards taking individual photographs of those who would like to get their picture taken with their PIN and their certificate. So please see Penny in the lobby after this event.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mike.
That's all. I'm just kidding with you.
Turn this over to our Vice Chair, Supervisor Bullock.
Thanks, Ed. Ed said it, I'm going to say it again. I just wanted to thank everybody for their commitment to Nevada County. And this is one team, and we all make it happen together. And I just want to thank you sincerely. If I haven't met all of you, I hope to soon. And we appreciate you being dedicated to Nevada County. And 20 years says a lot. You do anything for 20 years, you're going to see some ups and downs. And I commend you and honor and respect that. So thank you so much for being part of this team. And I am stoked to be up here to talk to you guys today about it. And we're going to start off with Sheriff's Operations Alicia Burgett, 20 years. Thank you. Truckee Sheriff Linda Lucesa, 20 years. Oh, up there. Truckee team. Probation Hope Carr, 20 years. Congratulations. Department of Social Services, Olivia Ellis. Good job, Olivia. Congrats. Sheriff's Correction, Elizabeth Hare. Congrats.
Thank you.
And Sheriff's Operation, Timothy Highsmith. Congrats, Timothy. Yeah. Sheriff's Correction, John Now. Absent? Okay, we'll see him soon. Transit, William Prechter. Congratulations, I know you. Yeah.
I know you too.
And Sheriff's Operations, Christopher Stanayo. Congrats. Thank you. And Probation, Merrill Straub. Congrats. Thank you. Yeah. And Sheriff's Operation, Matthew Steen. 20 years. I'm going to read these in succession. These are people that are absent today, so I look forward to meeting you soon. Fleet, Mike Cooper. Sheriff's Operation, Russell Green. Sheriff Dispatchers, Tamara Holdcroft. HHSA Admin, James Craywinkle. And Support Services, Jason Spillner. Congratulations to all of you for 20 years. It's awesome. Oh. Wait, who's that?
Spillner.
Oh, Spillner, okay. We thought you were absent. Congratulations. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. All right, my colleagues have said it all already, but thank you, all of you, for your service to this county. And I've got the 15-year people. So here we go. Roads Maintenance, John Agostino.
Thank you.
Probation, Angelina Coffey. HHSA Admin, Laurel Foster. Solid Waste, Western County, David Garcia. Here's David. Human Resources, Cindy Hunt. Public Defender, Carrie Klein. Here's she. Sheriff Operations, Andrew Liller. Child Support Services, Michelle Morgan. I said that right. District Attorney, Salinas Esteban. IS Admin, Pat Schulerman. Okay, not here. District Attorney, Shelley Talbot. Solid Waste Western County, Tim Waltz. You guys stuck it out together, huh? Sheriff Corrections, Jonathan Blix. Here. Operations, the next group of people are apparently not in attendance, so I'll read them all together. Operations, Micah Arbaugh. Department of Social Services, Mary Fisher. Public Health, Kathy Gibbons. Sheriff Operations, Dennis Hack. District Attorney, Anna Tyner. Sheriff Truckee, Brandon Weiss. Public Health, Holly Whitaker. Oh, someone's there. All right. Congratulations, all of you. Take a picture.
And Anna's joining us from Truckee.
Nice to meet you. Anna. Who was that? Anna from Truckee? Okay.
Hey, sorry, honey. Okay, I get to do the 10-year. Where is she? There she is. Oh, this is great. This is a great day. It makes my heart full to know that I work in a community that has folks that work for our community and get things done. This year, you're the heart for me, right? And you guys are the center of that. So thank you for all being here and being a part of this team, because we wouldn't be Nevada County without you. So let's do the 10-year. Probation, I have Jim Amrell. Come on down. Thank you. Next, I have CD Admin, Margie Castellanos. Was it Margie? Margie. Here, you work on the last name, and I got the first name. Margie. You got the last name. What a pleasure. Transit, I have Daniel Gomez. Okay, we're going to go to wastewater management, Bradley Rist. Okay, I got people out working hard in the field. I got sheriff operations, Rory Saunier. Sheriff admin support services, Sherry Toller. Thanks, Sherry. Let's go to library admin, Leslie Vera. Thanks, Leslie. Oh, here we go. Agricultural Services, Lucy Wilson. So good. Let's go to Sheriff Admin Support Services, Trina Woodard. Teresa, what a pleasure. It's always fun to get you see names with go different faces. Okay, let's see. Then we have Brandon Lampy, and I don't think he's here today either, but he's from Sheriff Court Security. Shanine DeShane, she's from our CEO office. I don't see her here today. Sheriff's Admin, Gregory Farber. Building Inspection, Monty Gillan. Let's see, we've got the Library Branch in Truckee, Parrot Griffith. Are you there, Parrot? Oh, don't see them up there. I have IS Admin, Kevin Gunning. District Attorney, Denise Harbin. Child Support Service, Paul Johnson. Environmental Health, Catre Livingston. Sheriff Operations, Dustin Moe. And Behavioral Health, Justin Peterson. Congratulations to y'all. Time goes by so.
So as the newest person here, they saved the best for last. What can I say? I have the privilege of announcing our 5-year employees. And let's start with the Department of Social Services, Melissa Olish. No? Okay. District Attorney, Casey Eyre. Building Inspection, Jason Costa. Congratulations, thank you. Agricultural Services, Kristen Eyes. Thanks. This is so great for me because I've gotten emails and I've seen all of your names, but now I get to put the faces with the names, so. Facilities Management, Justin Drinkwater. Thank you. Treasurer Tax Collector, Ashley Fucci. Child Support Services, Danielle Funk. Department of Social Services, Cheryl Gonzalez. Behavioral Health, Geraldine Gao. Thank you. IS Administration, Melissa Hawk. Library Branch 2, Grass Valley, Crystal Jennings. And Child Support Services, Linnea Johnston. Thank you. All right. And And not in attendance today, but if you are here, please come down. Sheriff Operations, Nick Curtin. District Attorney, Jennifer Borchert. Auditor Controller, Acacia Daniels. Behavioral Health, Casey Davey. Department of Social Services, Deidre Day. Department of Social Services, Ruby Jean. Day Chiaris, sorry, I butchered that. CDA Administration, Amanda Ellis. Sheriff Corrections, Michael Haynes. Behavioral Health, Darren Hamberlin. Environmental Health, Nicole Johnson. Behavioral Health, Priya Connell. Sheriff Operations, Taylor King. Sheriff Corrections, Christopher Lambert. Sheriff Corrections, Kristen Layton. And Behavioral Health, Bonnie Long. So all 5-year employees, thank you all so much for your service. There's, yeah.
We have part 2 of the 5-year.
We have a part 1 and a part 2 of the 5-year, so we're going to continue with the chair. Sure.
Okay, you guys get to stay up here. Yeah, yeah. It's a lot of folks that aren't in attendance. I think if you only have 5 years, you know, you don't get invited to the party as much as, you know. Anyways. Back to work, right. All right, so continuing with 5 years. Airport, Jay Marshall. Department of Social Services, Tracy Miller. Tracy. Library Branch 2, Grass Valley, Donna Morello. Department of Social Services, Jamie Nicholson. IS Administration, Thomas Oates. Thomas. Department of Social Services, Michelle O'Connor. Michelle. Roads Maintenance, Carlos Ortega. Carlos, thank you. Behavioral Health, Brandon Phillips. Behavioral Health, Sylvia Piccentino. Library Branch 2, Grass Valley, Lauren Plantanga. Lauren. Department of Social Services, Tiffany Rooney. CDA Administration, Tricia Tillotson. Library Branch 1, Madam Helene, Rachel Tucker. Rachel. Social Services, Erica Valdez. Oh, there you go, Erica. Library Administration, Kimberly Wellman. CEO, Taylor Wolf. Oh, there she is. let's see, wastewater management, Patrick Maloney. Okay, these are the folks that are not in attendance or maybe in Truckee. Human Resources, Kathy Miller. Library Branch 1, Joy Reed. Behavioral Health, Anna Rivera. IS Administration, Kenneth Springstead. Department of Social Services, Zoe Tofinaletti. Auditor Controller, Mindy Trigg. Transit, Robin Valkenberg, sorry, Robin. Sheriff's Correction, Haley Wall, and Sheriff's Operation, Caleb War. So, they're going to ask us to bunch up a little bit here. I just know that. So come on down. We might even have to put some people up above. Is that? Yeah, sure. Go join the supervisors up on the dais.
As we're getting everybody situated, after this item, we will have a celebration for the winners upstairs in the Empire Room with some cupcakes and extend an invitation virtually for the folks in Truckee to hopefully you're enjoying your cinnamon rolls.
All right, thank you to everybody. And as Steve just said, you're invited up to the Empire Room. Go on up, have some snacks, and
Chair, before we conclude, I'd like to give Allison Lehman just a few moments to say some words of appreciation.
Oh, thank you, Steve.
certainly.
I just want to share my appreciation to all of you. I am honored to come to work every day and work with such a smart, dedicated team. You truly provide the highest level of service to our community. And I just want to personally thank you for choosing Nevada County for your career. So gratitude to you all. Thanks.
Any final comments from the board? God bless you. All right.
Keep up the good work.
Yes,
That's my
absolutely.
final comment. You guys do a great job.
Keep making us proud. All right. Steve?
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you. Thank
and members
you.
of the board. We can now go upstairs and have some cupcakes and enjoy the award winners and celebrate them. Thank you.
All right, we will take a brief recess, and then we'll go into closed session, and we can get up there. Oh. I'm going to call this back to order, and we are going to go into closed sessions. It's okay, you guys can stay up here and take the pictures. County Council, would you please read us in?
Absolutely, and we'll get it on the record. So we are going into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957A, and it's with the annual consultation with the sheriff or their designee and Mr. Monahan, Chief Information Officer, concerning matters posing a risk to essential public services.
Very good, thank you.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in 2 types. The first type could be an evacuation warning, This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spencerville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero.
I think we have to.
That's correct, Chair Schofield. Regarding our closed session, direction and information was provided to the board.
And with that, we will go into our scheduled 1:30 item.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair. Sorry. There you go. Thank you.
I'll get it. This is our scheduled 1:30 meeting. This is a public hearing to consider the meeting of Nevada County Planning Commission's November 10th, 2022 vote and recommendation for the Ranch House project, including one, adopting the mitigated negative declaration, approving the zoning district map amendment to rezone the subject parcel from residential, agricultural, 3-acre minimum parcel size land development to residential agricultural, 1.5-acre minimum parcel size RA15, and 3, adopt resolution A to deny, or B, to approve the constitutional use permit to allow for the development and operation of a 6-unit multifamily residential development containing 6 one-bedroom apartments, as well as the demolition of existing single-family residence that exists on the project site. The vote from the Planning Commission comes back 3-0 to deny with 2 absent. And I will turn this over to Brian Voss.
Thank you, Chair Schofield. Good afternoon, Supervisors. With me is Kyle Smith, Senior Planner in our office, as well as Phoebe Bell with HHSA, and they will be giving you the presentation on today's project. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kyle to get started.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Mr. Chair, supervisors, and everybody else here this afternoon. As Brian said, my name is Kyle Smith, and I'm a senior planner in the planning department and the project planner assigned to this ranch house project in front of you today. So for a little bit of background on the site, it is located at 16782 State Highway 49 in Nevada City, just about 1.8 miles west of this building, and also west of the Nevada City boundary and sphere of influence. The parcel is 10.45 acres in size, with a current zoning district of RA3PD and a general plan designation of estate. This is a county-owned parcel with developed with a single-family residence, which was most recently remodeled in 2011. Also on the site exists graded landscaping berms and a solar farm that was previously approved through a use permit and developed through a building permit listed here. So this project consists of essentially 3 land use entitlements. First is a zoning map amendment, change from RA3PD to RA1.5 in order to accommodate for the denser development that's proposed. A conditional use permit to allow for the development and operation of a 6-unit multifamily residential development, and then an initial study and mitigated negative declaration because this is a project pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, and the CEQA guidelines. So first, with the zoning map amendment, as I said, it's a zoning map amendment to RA 1.5 to accommodate the proposed increase in density to allow for that 6-unit multifamily residential development containing 6 one-bedroom apartments. This rezone would be consistent with the Nevada County General Plan because the estate designation or the table 1.2 dictates that the estate designation is compatible with the RA district, along with a number of other residential or agricultural districts. The rezone would also be compatible with the land uses and zoning designations, especially of surrounding parcels. The low-density residential development proposed is in keeping with the rural character of the area. And the Land Use and Development Code and General Plan do allow for densities equivalent to 1.5-acre minimum parcel size, where either public water or public sewer are being utilized. And this proposed project would utilize NID or public water systems, so it is allowable for densities equivalent to 1.5-acre minimum parcel size. The project also includes a conditional use permit to allow for the development and operation of the 6-unit multifamily residential development. Multifamily residential development is not a by right use in RA districts, so all multifamily development would require a use permit. This entitlement includes demolishing the existing single-family residence and developing 6 one-bedroom apartments to house participants in the county's behavioral health permanent supportive housing program. In addition to those 6 one-bedroom apartments in the middle of the structure, there's also a community room with an office and some laundry facilities. In order to support this project, a new septic system is proposed to support the 6 residential units. And as I mentioned, the site will be, or is served by NID Water, and the applicant does have a will serve letter from the Nevada Irrigation District to allow for water service. This project was heard in front of the Planning Commission at their November 10th, 2022 regular meeting. The Planning Commission recommended to approve both the initial study and zoning map amendment. However, they voted 3-0 with 2 absent to deny the conditional use permit, and further directed the applicant to redevelop the project design to address some of the concerns that were highlighted at the Planning Commission hearing. Broadly, those concerns related to biological resources, project design, and project operations. Specifically, biological resources, a number of concerns were brought up relating to potential impacts to wetlands and watercourses that exist on the site. So there are seasonal wetlands and intermittent stream that exist on the project site, as identified in the 2015 management plan that was adopted for the use permit for the solar field development, as well as the 2021 biological technical memorandum that was submitted for this project. There is resource avoidance through, or resource impact avoidance through project design and mitigation. Specifically, there is no disturbance proposed within the actual footprint of the wetland. However, there is development within the setback to these wetlands as defined by the Land Use and Development Code. The Land Use and Development Code does permit encroachment into these setbacks through the management plan, as I discussed, and mitigation actions developed by a Nevada County pre-qualified biologist, so as to ensure that although the development is within the setback, those mitigation actions reduce any potential impacts to the wetlands, either direct through project development or indirect through project operation. Some of these mitigations that are proposed include extending casing for the septic line. As we can see here, if everybody can sort of see my mouse, there is a crossing of an intermittent stream here. And the project biologist had proposed extending the casing of the proposed septic line at least 20 feet on either side of this intermittent water course, so as to not directly impact the water course. In addition, there are a number of mitigation measures, including delineating these environmentally sensitive areas, the water courses and wetlands, excuse me, delineating them on the ground for the construction teams. So as demolition and construction occur, the teams know to stay out of there, and they will also have environmental awareness training and a copy of the mitigation measures on site to ensure that these wetlands aren't impacted directly. In addition, one of the conditions of approval requires a legally enforceable mechanism to maintain all drainage facilities and the associated drainage system for the development. So if there are drainage issues, there is that legally enforceable mechanism to ensure that they are maintained adequately. In addition, these mitigation recommendations are carried forward from this adopted management plan, as I mentioned, in the form of primarily best management practices and the condition of approval A14. And it was determined that the impacts from installing the septic line would essentially be similar to installing the transmission lines for the previous solar farm project. And so the project biologist recommended carrying forward the management plan best management practices. In addition, in response to the Planning Commission discussion, the applicant did propose additional chain link fencing. It's sort of hard to see on this image, but we have others coming up. But there's a orange line here, which is chain link fencing connecting to the existing chain link fencing for the solar farm and extending all the way to the parcel boundary. And that's to limit access and operational disturbance to these wetland areas. In addition, there were concerns raised about project design, about the project not fitting in with the rural character of the surrounding neighborhood, and the potential commercial aspect component of the project design. The applicant made a number of design changes to the original design, including changing the kind of tan stucco siding to a gray hardyboard siding, both for aesthetic purposes, but also as a measure to make the building more fire safe. In addition, a number of cypress ridge stone accents were added on the kind of building ends here and on the pillars throughout the building. And finally, the entrance structure was redesigned to include more of a heavy timber entrance structure to better reflect the rural character of the surrounding neighborhood. In addition, street side landscaping is proposed for this project all along the 49 frontage, and privacy fencing on a portion of the Highway 49 frontage to limit any aesthetic impacts from that Highway 49. Another concern raised at the Planning Commission hearing revolved around the septic system operation. There is a new septic system proposed for this project and minimum usable sewage disposal area, or MUSDA, designed by Lincoln and Long. This project will not utilize the existing septic system that is there. The Nevada County Department of Environmental Health reviewed the septic design and determined that the proposed system would adequately serve this proposed development. And in addition, standard condition of approval E2 would require this applicant to obtain an approved 100% disposal repair area in case the system were to fail in the future. And to address some of the other project operation components, I'm going to pass it over to Phoebe Bell.
Thanks so much. Good afternoon, Chair Schofield, members of the board, Phoebe Bell, Behavioral Health Director. I want to start by contextualizing this project within behavioral health operations a little bit more. In our department, we serve about 1,000 people a month. These are your neighbors, your family members, your friends, your coworkers, and the vast majority live independently and thrive. But some people need a little more support to stay stable, and that's where supportive housing fits into the picture. We have about 150-ish people that we support in their housing, either through subsidies or providing the actual housing or through intensive supportive services. Between ourselves and our providers, we own or lease about 14 facilities, and the support in those facility ranges from a few that are sort of 24/7 staff on site to many that are very independent and people get checked in on once or twice a week. We flex people up and down our levels of care as their needs change. People go through hard chapters, and when they do, our job is to find them a higher level of care, and when they're doing better, to bring them back down to community levels of care and as independent of a life as they can be successful in. Very, very few people in our system need 24/7 constant care. A couple last points that I think are really important to share. One is that we do not have a single empty bed on any given night in our system. We go after every housing we can, and still every single bed is full. In addition, we have many people in our system who struggle without housing, who are unhoused. They are engaged in treatment, they want care, but we have nowhere for them to sleep at night. So moving on to the ranch house. The ranch house is on the more independent end of our spectrum. Everyone living there has a case manager assigned to them, and that person sees them at least once or twice a week, more if needed. Generally speaking, everyone at the ranch house has been and is likely to be on our medication delivery program, which is run by Turning Point, one of our providers. And that means that every morning and every evening, somebody comes by to drop off medications and check on people. As with all of our supportive housing, nobody with a violent history or a sexual offense history is placed in that housing. If the new project is built, some additional services will come to bear. We'll be contracting with AMI Housing to do property management and housing tenancy support. They'll also be there to support residents in life skills around living successfully independently and how to care for and clean your home, how to be a good neighbor, a good apartment mate with other folks. And then in addition, as is required by the funding source, supportive services of various kinds will be available to the residents, both at the site and off-site. One explicit change we've made based on community feedback is that in that contract with AMI, we will be explicitly clear that there will only be one person per unit. I know that's been a concern for the community. So the entire facility will go from 3 people to 6 people. And while there appears to be some community confusion over the proposed staffing, the details in the grant applications we've written are really clear. This is not a 24/7 staff facility. This is a facility where supportive services are provided to the residents, both, again, on site and then at our normal facilities and out in the community as appropriate. Go ahead, Kyle. So lastly, I just want to humanize this a little bit, this conversation. This is Robin, who's been a client of supportive housing for 6 years, and he generously allowed us to share his story to give a face to the many people we serve in this critical program of supportive housing. Prior to becoming housed in one of our facilities, Robin struggled to stay stable in his housing. He had frequent interactions with law enforcement. He lost his housing a few times. He struggled with homelessness on occasion. But in a recent interview with him that staff conducted, Robin shared this really great quote. Since I've been in supportive housing, I've been able to set goals for myself, and the other stuff, like drugs, don't work for me anymore, and I'm just a happier person. When I need support, I can get it, and when I need to work on a goal, I can get the help I need. Robin is working, he's taking classes, and he feels connected to his family and friends, perhaps most importantly. And at the end of his interview that I listened to, Robin said, "I just feel all around better now that I'm in housing." We believe all of our clients and all of our community members deserve this opportunity, and that's the Behavioral Health Department's sincere interest in this project and in managing this as part of our supportive housing program.
Thank you, Phoebe, and I'll take it back over. So bringing the whole of the project back in, this proposal would be consistent with both the Nevada County General Plan and the Land Use and Development Code. General plan designation, as I mentioned earlier, is a state, and this rezone from RA3 PD to RA 1.5 would be consistent with the land use element in Table 1.2, which defines land use compatibility. Further, this is compatible with the residential agricultural zoning district. As I mentioned, 1.5 acre minimum parcel size is allowable when projects are served by public water or public sewer. And further, this multifamily residential development is compatible within the RA zoning designation with the use permit. Through the project design and conditions of approval and mitigation measures proposed, the project does meet the Nevada County Community Design Standards as outlined in the Land Use and Development Code, as well as the resource standards, including those protections for water courses that I talked about. Like I discussed earlier, this project is a project subject to environmental review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. Pursuant to CEQA, Nevada County is the lead agency for this project, and as a result, we developed an initial study and mitigated negative declaration that went out for a 31-day public review period from September 23rd to October 24th to 2022. The planning department did receive comments from multiple individuals during and following the review period. However, those comments did not result in substantial revisions to the environmental document that would have necessitated recirculation. As addressed in the initial study and mitigated negative declaration, there are potential impacts to a number of resource areas that would be mitigated to less than significant levels with the mitigation measures proposed in the mitigated negative declaration, including those listed here. I went into some detail on the hydrology and water quality mitigation, but I am happy to address these in more detail later on. So with that, the recommendation for the project design here in front of the supervisors is, should the board determine that the project redesign achieves the intent of the Planning Commission direction, Planning Department staff would recommend that the Board of Supervisors take the following actions 1 through 3. And I am here to respond to any questions, and I also have the project team as well to address any specific project questions or operational aspects.
Very good. Thank you, Kyle. I will open this to comments or questions from the board before I go to public comment. Heidi, I believe this is in your district.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I know there's a lot of folks here who probably want to make comments and maybe have some additional questions. So I'm going to reserve any discussion about that for after public comment. But I do just want to let folks know right off the bat that I've spent a lot of time on this the last few weeks, been briefed by numerous folks, spent an hour with our consultant on the septic system, met with neighbors at their invitation, and talked individually to a number of folks who had a great deal of concern. So I suspect, though, some of those concerns and questions will come back up here. So I'm just going to let the rest of my comments go to that. But I have had a lot of questions I've had answered, and we'll see what other ones I have that come up here.
Marty?
Thank you, Chair Schofield. Thank you for the presentation. It was all very clear, and the information in our packet was very clear as well, so thank you for setting that up. I, as well, I'm going to reserve any comment on that until later on, but I did have a couple of just quick questions. Could you pull up the overhead site plan for us? And you talked about the intermittent or ephemeral stream course where the septic crosses there, right? Yeah. Is there, is that a different stream course designation than the portions that are, I guess would be south or southeast on the map, the other areas that bound the solar farm?
That is correct, Mr. Supervisor. There are a couple of portions here that have been identified in both the previous management plan and also in the Biological Resources Technical Memorandum as intermittent streams. There are a couple of areas, essentially here where this blue line feature is, and over here, and there are other areas where this kind of green line feature is the seasonal wetland. So it's delineated as two types of water courses here by the Nevada County pre-qualified biologists.
Okay, and just could you just, on the intermittent stream, could you just describe that a little bit on what exactly that means during a, does that run when it rains, support biological habitat like fish and things like that, or no?
Yeah, so intermittent streams are generally not fed year-round. So at some point, primarily in the summer months, these intermittent streams theoretically run dry. And I believe that there is discussion by the project applicant to ensure, and yes, this, I'm not sure how well we can read the note. Maybe I can zoom in here. But the crossing will be constructed when water is not present. So this intermittent water course will have to be dry in order for that casing to be fed underneath.
Okay. And then one quick question on RA 1.5. You mentioned that it was consistent with the general plan, but one of my questions is, is it frequent to have dwelling or multiple dwelling units on RA 1.5 under the general plan? Are there other examples of that?
I am not aware of any examples off the top of my head, but the Land Use and Development Code does allow for multifamily residential dwellings in RA districts, on RA 1.5 or any minimum parcel size RA district. Like I briefly mentioned, these are not by right development allowances where they could just be built with a building permit. They do require this. Any multifamily residential development in an RA district would require a use permit be approved prior to any building permit approvals.
Okay, thank you.
Sue?
No, thank you for the presentation. I've gone over this pretty thoroughly as well, but I'll wait. I want to hear the public comment.
Sure. Lisa? And me also. So at this time, we will open our public comment. And if you will, come to the lectern, and you will have 3 minutes. And I apologize in advance because that 3 minutes goes pretty quickly if I have to cut you off. Give us your name and district, if you would.
Hi, my name is Tom Durkin. I live in District 4. I'm not here to talk about the cost of the ranch house or its impact on the environment. I'm here to talk about the people it's intended to serve. I'm bipolar and have a whole laundry list of other psychiatric disorders. Shrinks call me a high-functioning individual. That means I'm somewhat crazy, but I'm not insane. In between career-level jobs, I have been homeless. For the last 13 years, I've worked with Hospitality House and Sierra Roots, occasionally as staff, but mostly as a volunteer. I've done this because I consider mentally disordered people my people. I know some of the past and present folks living at Ranch House. They are not high-functioning individuals. Ranch House is a good place for them to be, for them and for us. Without meaning to, they can be scary, but they are also highly vulnerable to hateful attacks, mistreatment by the police, and they are easily end up homeless. Because my own mental disorder has contributed to my own bouts of homelessness, I feel I must speak up for them. These folks need to be on medication. But in my opinion, medication without therapy is just drugging them into submission. Ranch House is a place where they can receive both their medication and therapy. In my experience, I was able to get off medication because of therapy. Drugs don't cure you, therapy does. By giving these people a safe place to live, they might have a better chance of having a life, and with therapy, they might be able to graduate into a better situation. But you can't find them wandering around the community. You can't help them. I think Ranch House is a good place for them to be. There are no really immediate neighbors close to them, and I think the NIMBY overreaction is being given too much credence. Everybody deserves a safe place to be. Ranch House is the right place for them to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Michael?
My name is Michael Taylor. I live in District 1, Heidi's district. And I got into this project in October from the neighbors out. Oh, actually, can I ask for 5 minutes? Because I am speaking for quite a few
No,
people.
just 3. I gave you 5 this morning.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I have some concerns. And since October, I've done like 3 or 4 public records requests, and I've learned a lot about development, quite a bit. I'm seeing this project as a square peg being pushed into a round hole that has 4 main problems with it. The first being the building. The building, as far as the land use, is supposed to look like a residence, and it looks like a roadside motel that was brought to your attention to please redesign it to look like a residences that are behind it or in the new developments in the higher density that this is now part of. One of my concerns is, one of my ideas is that this probably should have been R2, not R1. With R2, it would have allowed up to 12 units of behavioral health, and probably not for that much more. Doing the 2-story, 12-unit R2. I have some problems with the setback. There's a settlement pond in the setback, which also is part of the wetlands, as well as a generator and a transformer. The building is not in the footprint of the existing house. It's outside of it, encroaching the wetlands setback. The septic system should be public. It's for 6 units. 5 units or more should be a public system that requires state approval. The county right now is unfavorable for splitting systems to avoid being public or being state approved. So the system that was designed, because it's been redesigned, I'm hearing, but was designed, hold 2 separate permits, making it for 3 units each. The services for 2 grants require a resident manager, bus stop, several other things. Safety is a huge concern. Heidi Metis was kind enough to meet us there on Saturday, and clearly there's bicycles, there's cars going by, speeding by. This is a tragedy waiting to happen. There's already been someone died at crossing at Willow. There's been a person crossing at Hirschman's Pond has died, and a person has died crossing to get to here. So this is crazy to put behavioral health clients on the side of a highway with a grocery store right across the street that's saying, come here, come here. They have a problem with the 3 people that live there now getting into the road. My fear is they don't get hurt, that they caused an accident by someone trying to avoid them, another head-on accident. There is a public, well, no, not public, there's a school bus stop across the street. There's a school bus stop right down the road at the Willow. Safety is a huge concern. I had a lot more to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it.
Well, good afternoon. My name is John Cadis. I live in District 2. I'm the past chair of the Greater Grass Valley Chamber of Commerce, but I also chair our Community Affairs Committee, and we examine projects having to do with housing, jobs, and broadband development in our community. So this project, we became aware of it back in November. Martin Wood made a presentation to our committee. We met again in December to review this committee, or this project. And in early January, Mike Dent sent out a fact sheet, which I forwarded on to all 56 of our Community Affairs Committee members. And the overwhelming feeling is that this is a project that this community needs. The mental health issues that seem to be running rampant throughout our country, let alone our own community. We need all the help we can get to find housing and help for the people that need it the most. So I can't speak for the board of directors. We won't meet until Thursday, so I can't give you their opinion. But from my standpoint, where I see it from our Community Affairs Committee members, we're in favor of this project and would encourage you to give it your approval. Thanks.
Thank you, John.
Good afternoon. My name is Stuart Baker. I'm the Executive Director for the Nevada City Chamber of Commerce in District 1. I'd like to start off by saying we've recently experienced an indirect benefit from a project that is very similar to the one that you're considering today. In December, we received an intern through a program called Connecting Point, who is, that intern is working for us full-time. This intern currently lives in Odyssey House, located adjacent to the Root Center here. And I've worked a lot with the intern, speaking with him, and he has said that housing has made all the difference in his life in terms of stabilizing his situation that he currently was struggling with, and he would not likely be able to support us and do the work for us full-time without that housing. So I think that's a great example, anecdotally, of the positive impact this has on the greater community. And our chamber board met last night and heard our intern's story, asked some questions, and we all voted, or the chamber board voted unanimously to support the Ranch House project because they see the benefit that this potentially can provide able-bodied individuals for the community, to help our members and to make more individuals ready for the workforce by providing this essential type of housing. And so the Chamber of Commerce absolutely supports it. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Maybe have the next person come up, and there you go. I don't believe there is at this point. If we had done it sooner, maybe, but no.
Plug this into a USB drive?
No, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay. So I live in a neighborhood right behind that solar field, and the county acquired the property about 2009 from Mike Dial, and he had already destroyed the dam for the pond there with his tractor with no permits. And the county started dumping road spoil. They basically made some big old berms out of road spoil from the widening project on Newtown. And we noticed it, and it wasn't announced to our neighborhood, and the county was actually using our road without permission, which is a private road, to dump the road spoil, and it contains petroleum-based product and everything. And there was no wattles, no straw, no nothing. And so when we questioned the county, is exactly what are you doing? They said, oh, this is temporary storage. So that temporary storage has become permanent because then they came to our neighborhood to woo us so they could get a private easement from our fire road to access the 2 panels you see on the lower part, panel arrays, because they couldn't go over the wetland because it's a wetland. And so we asked as a neighborhood, it's like, okay, if we're going to give you the private easement, then we want a letter that says you won't develop it anymore, which Tom Coburn provided us a letter, which I turned in copies of it. And it states the existing house will remain, and the remaining 6.5 acres will remain undeveloped. And it's like nobody's addressing this promise made to our neighborhood. And we fulfilled our part by granting the easement, the private easement, so they could use it. Yet they had a landscaping plan that now everything's dead. They planted trees on road spoil. Well, it doesn't take a horticulturist to know you're never going to get anything to grow there. So the only thing that's there is chunks of asphalt and crappy dirt and dead trees. They didn't even water them at first. Then they strung out a black pipe on the surface, but it had no sprinkler system. I mean, so now it's as ugly as can be, and they left stumps, they left piles of dirt, they left all kinds of refuse that they never cleaned up. So we've had to look at this, and every time it rains, that berm that's on the far or lower right side, that berm has now redirected all the runoff that comes from across the highway. There's a part that goes down the center, and there's actually another tributary behind the panels on the lower left that comes down the hill there. The reason I know all this is because I used to walk that area with my son. We'd hunt for frogs and turtles and go on nature walks. And we were surprised at how that it was just torn up, and Mike Dial started it, but the county never went after him for his unapproved development. And of course they denied him because they said you couldn't perk and mantle on the hill. He dug trenches all over that area where you're now proposing that septic will work. And it's like, well, if it didn't work then, and so he couldn't divide it into 4 lots and develop it, how is it working now? It's the same clay. It's never been modified. There was never any topsoil put on the berms.
Wrap it up.
There's never any topsoil put on the berms to sustain the life of anything they planted up there. It's all obnoxious weeds now.
Thank you. Sir, do you mind, I didn't get your name.
Oh, my name is Bruce Simpson.
Thank you,
I'm in
Bruce.
District 1.
Good afternoon. My name is Bethany Wilkins. I am representing Yuba Harm Reduction Collective, a local nonprofit, and I'm requesting 5 minutes for my comment.
Just 3.
Okay.
Sorry.
I am here as a Nevada County resident and the co-founder and director of an organization that provides street-based outreach to people experiencing homelessness in this area since 2020. As someone that has seen firsthand what happens when people don't have access to stable living environments, I cannot tell you how crucial this project is. I myself have experienced homelessness while also struggling with chaotic substance use, and it wasn't until I was given the opportunity to live in stable housing that I was truly able to get my feet underneath me. This was 9 years ago, and it's likely that I wouldn't be here today if I had not been given that opportunity. It's an incredible feat for someone experiencing homelessness and living with mental illness to get to the point of obtaining secure housing. And I've seen time and time again the trickle effect that comes when people are given that opportunity. People secure jobs, reestablish relationships with their children and families. They decrease or cease substance use that's often necessary to survive living on the streets, begin counseling or start medication to stabilize their mental health. Housing insecurity is a foundational vulnerability, making day-to-day living a challenge that I do not think most of us understand the magnitude of. The mental and physical strain of not having a safe, climate-protected space to lay your head every night is a weight in itself. The lack of housing is often accompanied by a lack of access to clean water, food, electricity, and the ability to take care of one's hygiene needs. This culminating lack of resources results in feelings of despair, shame, depression, hopelessness, and dehumanization of self. It's a downward spiral, while also a never-ending strain of pushing a boulder up a hill to obtain these necessary resources to survive. By providing supportive housing, especially with this case management oversight, you're securing the foundation that is necessary for someone to feel empowered enough and safe enough and worthy enough to exist. Supportive housing is an integral piece of the puzzle that makes up a continuum of care for people struggling with mental illness. It's nearly impossible to maintain overall health and well-being while living outside with limited access to resources. This is a life-changing opportunity for 6 of our neighbors to be given the chance to maintain forward and upward momentum in this program, and they need their community behind them. The people that will be living in this home are members of our community, and their lives are valuable. I believe that no one is disposable, including the participants of this program that have worked very hard to get where they're at, and they deserve this opportunity. Rejecting this project will keep them unhoused and vulnerable when they are most in need. As much as I believe in these participants, I also believe in behavioral health directors, case managers, and developers that tirelessly work to obtain this funding. I believe that the tremendous amount of time they put into this proposal speaks not only to the amount of care and compassion they possess for our shared community, but also to the prioritization of safety for Ranch House neighbors by providing extensive on-demand support and thorough, committed case management. As someone's entire life was turned around by being given a similar opportunity, I wholeheartedly believe in this program and ask that as a community, we give it a chance. We must support our county's efforts to promote the health and well-being of all of our neighbors, not just
Wrap it up,
those that are
Bethany.
housed. Thank you for your time.
Bethany, what was the name of your organization?
Yuba Harm Reduction Collective.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is such a wonderful gathering. I'm Shara Banbury, and I am the current chair of the Nevada County Mental Health and Substance Use Advisory Board. I'm also a retiree who served 5 years as a peer support specialist at Insight Respite Center. And so I come here today to just support this new facility and all of its people that will benefit from it. As a person who worked very closely for several hours each night that I worked with 1 or 2 clients in particular out of 4 who were housed in a temporary situation, I can say that many of them really were not comfortable being outdoors. They had a lot of fears and so many chronic conditions, sometimes 2 or 3 combined in one person. And so I know that this idea is a right idea, and it's another step that this wonderful community has an opportunity to fulfill thanks to the diligence of our housing and behavioral health activists who are diligently following requests for grants to make sure that they can support our community. I'd also like to say that I was looking around this room and I was thinking how grateful I am to be with all of these people who care about people who have mental health and houseless conditions going on. And I know each one of us is trying our very best to speak up. I have great admiration for the input that's coming from the community, all of it, and for the civility of the people who have spoken today, because I know our Board of Supervisors gets a lot of grief a lot of times, and I'm just grateful that we're all listening. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon. There you go, pull it down.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Joanna Phillips. I'm in District 1. I worked with Hospitality House for quite a few years. And so I've seen a lot of people suffering from houselessness and mental illness. And I really don't see why anybody would oppose a chance for permanent supportive housing for even one of those people, let alone 6 of them. My understanding is that the money that has, the grants that came in to support this project, there were 2 grants, one pre-COVID that came from a state proposition that passed that takes 1% of a tax on the top 1% most wealthy people in California. So right there, I think that's a terrific idea. So much of houselessness and mental illness derive from social injustice. And so right there, that tax is an attempt to address that problem. The other part of the grant, the second grant was post-COVID, and that, I guess the project had to ask for more money because of supply chain problems. So the grants have been awarded, and the money is out there for us. All we can do is not use it and deprive 6 people of an opportunity to change, enrich, and completely transform their lives for the whole time of their lives. At Hospitality House, I knew a lot of people suffering from mental illness, and almost all of them I liked very much. Some of them I really love. I've encountered them since in other environments, and the ones who have been in supportive housing, where they have this wraparound care, they're not different people, but their lives are so very different. They are much happier, much more productive. Instead of being potential problems for our community, they are solutions to problems. So I'd just like to put in a word on behalf of this project. I definitely hope it'll go through. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Or Joanna. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Josh Wolf. I live in District 1. I'm the co-founder of the Coalition for Compassionate Governance. And I'm not speaking on behalf of that organization, but I do know that there was an op-ed by one of our members that made some people perceive that our organization had opposed this project. And our organization has not taken any position whatsoever in regards to that. So I want to get that out of the way, and then I'm speaking on behalf of myself alone. I think that this project makes a ton of sense. I think that we would be really regretful to not move forward in providing the housing that our community needs. At the same time, I think we need to pay attention to the concerns that Bruce raised. I don't really know anything about them, but what he described is shameful. However, at no point should we take the concerns that Bruce has put forward and put 6 individuals desperately needed of help stuck in the middle. They have done nothing here, and they don't deserve that. So we need to move forward with the project, but the county doesn't, in good faith, need to move forward with making sure that the neighbors are made whole about these issues and to ensure that they're taken care of. Same thing with the safety concerns that were raised. It seems like maybe a pedestrian crossing blinking thing is in order to ensure that people living there have access to the grocery store. So I do think, and a nod to the sort of concepts of harm reduction, that any additional mitigations outside of planning in order to ensure that this project can be more successful should certainly be employed, including doing what's possible to ensure that the neighbors feel better about what's happened in the past. Again, I don't know anything about those claims. But in listening to this project and hearing the concerns about the money, I think it's important for people to recognize that while technically it's public money because it came from tax dollars somewhere, none of that money is local money. And that's money that basically would otherwise just go up in smoke. It's like if Mr. Beast called the county and was like, I want to pay for a house for people. And we're like, no, we don't want that money. We'll figure it out ourselves. There's no reason not to accept this grant money. It just doesn't make any sense. And simultaneously having had launched my own project, Healing Our Mind Ecology, which wasn't ever intended to be a mental health halfway house, but just kind of ended up that way by posting rooms, and the people looking for affordable housing tended to have dealt with a lot of past trauma. I deeply understand why the need to create 6 separate one-bedroom units makes so much sense as opposed to these 3 people sharing space, because what happens when people that are traumatized share space together, at the best of times, they bring each other up, they help each other heal, and it's amazing. But at the worst of times, those people pull the other ones down, and creating both that communal structure with that separation seems like an ideal approach, and I'm looking forward to seeing this project succeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Josh.
Good afternoon, Chair Schofield, members of the board. My name is Al Roulette, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Turning Point Community Programs. Turning Point has had the unique privilege of being a partner in providing behavioral health services in this community for 15 years. I am enthusiastically in support of the project, as shared by Behavioral Health Director Phoebe Bell. Turning Point provides the medication support for the individuals that we're privileged to serve that reside in the project. We understand and support plans to ameliorate homelessness, especially plans in this community, because what we understand and appreciate is that this particular plan, not only as someone from the chamber has indicated, will not only ameliorate homelessness, but it reduces the dependence on specialty mental health over the course of a person's life, resulting in them being able to work and, yes, purchase their own housing and be able to give back to the community in which they live and not be dependent on specialty mental health services. And that is the intent of projects like this. Additionally, what we know at Turning Point is that support and working with neighbors proactively to ensure that not only does a project sustain the standard of excellence in terms of its presentation, its grounds, and the services, and that the individuals and the services don't encroach upon the community, we support and work very closely with the department in developing good neighbor plans that we ensure that the surrounding neighbors that are interested have, and that we make ourselves available to be responsive and are directed by Phoebe and her staff to go be responsive to any concerns proactively, not reactively. And then lastly, I'll say in this community, you are uniquely, my word, blessed. Leadership matters. You have a leader who is intensely responsive to you, to this community, and to the citizens that you're privileged to serve. Phoebe Bell and this department are always responsive to the needs of the behavioral health community and to the expectations of the citizens who may not always agree, but always understand and support. Everybody supports. We need mental health support and services for our individuals in our community who are most vulnerable. Phoebe and the staff here advance that every single day, and they ensure that service providers like us have staff, like my colleague who's going to speak after me, not only provide that service, but reside and live in this community. Thank you for the privilege of being here for 15 years.
Thank you, Al. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Al. And thank you. I am Heather Vance. I'm the program director for the Nevada County Turning Point programs here. And I do live in this community. It is very important to me to serve people in need in the community that I live in. And I did want to just share a little bit about how we provide services for those of you that are interested in this project. We We have a very low caseload number for our behavioral health specialists. So our behavioral health specialists will only have up to 10 people on their caseloads, which means that they're able to provide a much higher level of intense care to the folks that we serve that are living in the community within Nevada County. Our medication outreach services that were mentioned, right now we have about 45 individuals that live within the community that we provide medication outreach services to morning and night every single day of the week, including the weekends. And without that service, a lot of those people would not be successfully living in the community and may be homeless, and they may be going in and out of jail, and they may be going in and out of psych hospitals. So it's a vital service that we're able to provide to help support people living in our community. And I also want to mention, like Phoebe had mentioned, that the people we serve are members of our community. They are people who have grown up here. They went to Nevada Union High School, a lot of them. Their families are here. They have friends here. They have roots here in Nevada County. And it does mean something to be able to support these people, to be able to remain living in their hometown, in their community. We also have 24/7 support services for the people that we serve. And that is a multi-tiered on-call system that goes through 3 different members of our staff, including the highest tier would be a member of our management staff who is a licensed clinician, license eligible clinician, or at a supervisor level. And being that we have a fairly small census, we have about 80 people that we serve, we all get to know all of the people that we serve. I know every single person that we serve in our program. I know where they live. I know what their name is. I know what they like. I know what they don't like. I know what they look like. I know who's in their family. I know all these people intimately, as do every other member of our team, and we work as a team. So anybody that would be called on an on-call situation to go out and respond to people, they would know that individual, and they would know them personally so that they would be able to respond effectively for that. And we do want to be available to anybody in the community that has concerns about any of the residents that would be living at this house. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Hi, I'm Mike Byrne. Nancy and I own the Willow, which is adjacent to this project here. And first off, I want to say that we don't oppose providing housing for behavioral health clients. No, it's really required and necessary around here. We just oppose this particular project. And I'll tell you why. Okay, first off, this is a 10.5 acre parcel. It's occupied by our solar farm. It was rezoned RA 1.5 to provide presumably 6 units would qualify to exist in that parcel. Problem is that only 0.6 of an acre is available for this project. The rest of it's solar farm, the rest of it is wetlands and inaccessible by the tenants that would reside in there. That's problem number one. Okay. Now, the result of building, if we are to go ahead and build this, result of this building is to provide for a net of 3 additional clients. There's 3 folks that live in the existing home right now. So we're going to be increasing it to a total of 6. So we're increasing this by 3 clients. The cost of this, the grants, $4.4 million. $4.4 million to house 3 additional clients. Well, when asked about that, it's, well, if we don't use this money, it's going to go elsewhere. We can't have that. And my reaction to that is, if we can't do better than housing 3 additional folks for $4.4 million, maybe it needs to go elsewhere. This is just, it's unfathomable to me that it would cost that much to do this particular project. But having said all that, and I know you guys are all aware of all the other issues here with the wetlands and with the septic system. Well, hopefully the septic system will comply with the state required system. I don't know whether that'll happen or not. But having said that, we would like, and you're probably going to approve this project, but we'd like to have you extend a field fence down from the corner of your property down north to cover our second parking lot to provide some additional protection and security for our customers and for their vehicles. So with that, I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mike.
Good afternoon. My name is Susie DeFawcett, and I currently am the chair-president of AMI Board of Directors, and I am retired from running the Gathering Inn in Roseville, California for 10 years. And the reason I give you all of that is because those two jobs I have intersected, and you guys are sitting at one of the intersections. AMI has over 200 permanent supportive housing beds between Placer and Nevada County. Looking over all of our statistics, most of those beds have been filled 2.6 years by the same person. There is not a lot of turnover in a permanent supportive housing. The only way someone can leave a permanent supporting housing bed is A, they choose to move on their own, or B, their behavior indicates that they need a different level of care than what that house will support. All of the residents in any permanent supportive housing are completely looked at, interviewed, and accepted on the way that they're going to get together with the rest of the residents. We do not accept any sex offenders. We check Megan's Law, and we always check for a history of violence. So we don't put anybody in a house that has a history of violence. What's important to understand is that we want people to be able to survive and thrive in these houses, not just go back to what the street was giving them, which was being bullied and having a lot of violence in their home. Most of our permanent supportive housing people are elderly, and their only income is Social Security, which does not allow to buy a unit up here or to support rent up here in this area. One of the things that happened when permanent supportive housing came onto the arena as a idea about how to take care of the homeless people is they redefined what housing was. And what they came up with is housing is medicine. When you are housed, you are less likely to be in psychiatric emergencies, you're less likely to be in healthcare emergencies, and you're less likely to be arrested for any type of petty theft. So what you really, as a community, you are giving 3 more people medicine that they need that will be the first steps in them going forward in a life that they will be able to stay in that house as long as they need to so that they can thrive in their life. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie.
Hello, my name is Steve Heckathorn. I live 642 feet from this project. My wife and I run a semi-automated wood shop and a preschool. I've been a builder a long time, until I got smart and bought a robot to do most of my stuff for me. That hill's never gonna dry out. Have you ever heard of wet hill? Water comes out of the ground through those wetlands all the time. That's why they're called wetlands. Wanna work on the septic system when it dries out, you're gonna wait a long time. It doesn't go away. The grocery store across the street is a convenience store. You can't buy 3 days worth of groceries there. Let's face it, it's for stopping in real quick and getting out. They have little boxes of stuff. It's not a resource. This area is not resourceful for such a project. I agree. There's a dire need for such a project. in the vicinity of Grass Valley and Nevada City, but this particular location is terribly poor. There is no bus stop. These people really don't drive. I frequent the market because it's convenient. One of them may someday transition out of that household. In my opinion, the best scenario would be that this house remains and a project like it is established elsewhere. As Mike said, $4.4 million for 3 beds. There is also never an empty bed. So what are we going to do with the 3 that live there now when they demolish their home? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve.
Hi, I'm Jamie Youngflesh, and I
Pull
live,
the mic down so you can,
I
there
live
you
right
go.
in the neighborhood there until.
What was your name?
I'm Jamie Youngflesh,
Jimmy Young, thank you.
and I have been a resident here for over 20 years. I've owned property right down the way, and yeah, that market is not, they don't even have one thing that's fresh in that place. Now, that is not a grocery store for one. And $4.4 million, I'm just hearing that that's the amount of money that's going to be spent on this project. I'm highly, highly disgusted with the county and everything about this project. I have a 15-year-old daughter. I have 2 daughters, and they're school age. One's 20 and going to college. And yeah, we're all struggling here to own a home in this county since prices have gone out the roof. But this is not the location for a project as such. For $4.4 million, we can build, and the $220 million that you're proposing to build a new courthouse where the juvie went or was, this is ludicrous. The new cash-in field, they can house 6 of them. We'll put 6 of those right there at the cash-in field. Now, I studied mental health in university in the late 80s to 1992. I've studied mental health, child special ed for emotionally impaired kids. I support that there does need to be a program and some help for these people, and absolutely not in my neighborhood. There's, for one, my daughter she won't walk on the, walk my dog anymore because she's already been followed by somebody in a hoodie that was in that parking lot, made eye contact with her, and I've been followed too as a young adult. Little girl on campus, you know the feeling when you're being followed, and it's freaky. And this isn't just any normal citizen that's living, you know, in the neighborhood. A lot of people walk that old Donnyville Highway all day long. They park in the parking lot, they walk, they're normal, they aren't predatory, they aren't scary, they are not the type of person that followed my daughter and made her afraid. This was 3 months ago. And I don't even know when they started housing this because you're keeping it real hush-hush. I contacted 25 of my neighbors. Not one of them are here. Actually, one person's here. And
Speak into the mic, Jamie.
yeah, 27 of my neighbors didn't come today, and I'm in terrible opposition of this, but my daughter will not walk. She was followed. The lady at the end of my street looked out her kitchen window and saw a homeless person coming out of their basement. We had the police over. I didn't even hear about it through my other neighbor. It's like, and now I've seen flashlights at 10 o'clock at night. There's nobody supposed to be walking around my 8-home street. I live on a private road, the 3rd street, past that parking lot. And they're all private roads. The Eden Ranch, Natasha, and Tillicum.
Thank you.
We're afraid to walk now because of this riffraff
We
in
got
the
you, Jamie.
neighborhood.
Thank you, thank you.
Brunswick or
We'll
Cashville
let the
Field,
next person speak, okay?
and the next huge housing project would, you know, house those 6 people.
Thank you, Jamie.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name's Jeff Rutherford. Me and my wife own the Rainbow
You can
Market.
left the, there you go.
Me and my wife own the Rainbow Market and the home directly across the highway. We've had nothing but trouble with these people. One's groped an employee, banned from the store. One pulled his pants down, exposed himself, urinated in front of everyone, banned from the store. One tried to pay with a AAA card, and then when the employee said, that's a AAA card. He threatened to kill her. He said, it would be so easy to kill you. I'll kill you someday. They're all banned from the store. Then one wears all dark, hitchhikes in the lane of traffic. He's going to get run over.
Thank you. Go ahead, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Nancy Wilson. I'm co-owner of The Willow, and I've had some experiences with these people as well. They've been going through our stuff sometimes behind The Willow, open the door from the house, and one's kind of right there. There's a drug house connected to this property, and one of them continually goes back and forth to that drug house. That should be a fence right away from a long time ago. And now he's sneaking around at night, probably because somebody talked to him about it. So there's a big problem with going on people's property, and I believe there's a problem with drugs. Now, I had a brother that died of drugs, and it caused mental health. I know some of these people have different issues, but I still believe there's a drug issue too. And it's unfortunate when you build up your life and you have to walk out the door and look twice. It's very uncomfortable. And $4.4 million, I think you should go back to the agency and say, we need a little more leniency so we can buy a property somewhere else, not stipulate that you already have to own that property. I would think twice about that, because $4.4 million is just for 3 more people, as Mike said. It just doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Good afternoon, Chair Schofield and the board. My name is Jennifer Wallenstein. I'm the Deputy Chief Operations Officer for Turning Point Community Programs. I wanted to step up and advocate for this program and to speak a little bit about the services that are provided and the experience that we've had in this community. I appreciate the community's concern, and I think that it's important to validate that while also looking at ways that we can circumvent or ameliorate some of those concerns. Part of that is to have these services in place, to have the individuals that we need. I think what we have experienced with Nevada County and Nevada County's leadership is a very responsive, very committed and collaborative approach to ensuring that the needs of not only the clients that we are privileged to serve, but the community has as well. I think that our experience has been that when things come up, we are immediately willing and responsive to sit and talk about and compromise and come up with collaborations that are solution-focused, that are driven by the needs of not only those that we serve, but of those that are bringing the concern. I think our experience has been that the program itself is very committed. The individuals that we provide those services for, as they said, I think we have, I know, we have staff there morning and night to check on these individuals, to support these individuals, to ensure that they have the resources to get to the grocery store, should that be what they need, so that they don't need to walk across to a market or to take a bus. That is the whole point of supportive services, is to have those resources and those services in place to ensure that they then can learn the skills needed to be successful. So while we're providing those services, we're also coaching, teaching, mentoring, helping them to develop the skills necessary to be successful and to implement those skills. So I think with that, I would say that it's not only a much needed service for homelessness, it's a much needed service to support these individuals and their desire to live as freely and as much as they deserve to in our community, without stigma, without recourse, those sorts of things. So I think it's important to understand and appreciate what it is that we bring, and to remember that these are our neighbors, our family members, our friends, children we went to school with, as Heather mentioned, things of that nature. And it's our obligation and our duty to support them, to live safely in the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Linda Holt, and I live close to this project. $4.4 million, that's a lot for just 3 extra people. I am opposed to it because this area is a high-speed traffic area. I know that I think it's 50, maybe 55, but I've seen people go 60 and 70. I will also say that I have personally almost hit people that live in that house now because they are hitchhiking and going out to the middle of the street to try to get you to stop. It's dangerous. I don't see how this, I don't agree with it. I think that we could do better. I think that we could do better where there are people closer to town, where they have walking, facilities that they can get to. I just don't think this one is, it's a safety factor for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Madam Clerk, is there anybody on the line?
Chair Schofield, there are 2 callers waiting to speak.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, callers.
Hi, my name is Haviland Harar. I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner here with Western Sierra Medical Clinic. Well, I'm concerned that there are barriers being placed towards the prevention of the ranch house from being developed. As far as the money goes, we were lucky to get the money. We should use the money that was given to us. This would be a wonderful thing to have in the community, is to have more of this opportunity that's offered at the ranch house. In listening to the others speaking, and I also have driven on this section of road and understand what they're saying about people hitchhiking or walking in the road. I don't know that those are 3 people that are from that house. We have a lot of people who are on the sides of roads. We have lots of people who are in the Brunswick Basin, come down my street in District 1 off of Railroad. I don't think necessarily it's related to the ranch house. I would estimate that about 20% of my patients that I see are either transitionally housed or unhoused. So at any time that a patient, especially with mental health problems, can be housed, I am excited for that opportunity. The great thing about the ranch house is that it gives something for people with severe mental illness to work towards. It's living independently with support. It's something that, if I am able to stay on my meds, if I'm able to get into my counseling, if I'm able to do my job coaching, if I'm able to keep my place clean, and move forward, I have this opportunity to live at some place like the ranch house. And we need these opportunities, not just warehousing away, not just out of the public eye, and not infantilizing people that they need to be cared for, but seeing them as humans who are capable of, crossing the road safely, of cooking for themselves, of living in a clean environment, of abiding by our community standards. We have got to allow opportunities in our community also for those with severe mental illness and mental illness in general to grow and recover and live independently. I love the ranch house. I love that there is this opportunity in our community. Please consider allowing this to go forward and supporting it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please.
Hi, Ed. Matthew Coulter calling in on this topic. I'd like to just talk about the location. That's probably the worst scenario just because of the road. People cross on the Hirschman's Trail to get to Old Downeyville with strollers. It's super scary. People use that section to check their phones before going into the canyon and coming out of the canyon. It's an accident-prone section. The scanner traffic out there for that house and that little zone is pretty heavy compared to any other spot between there and North San Juan. That's the hot spot. So aesthetically, the building looks like a Catholic conference center or something. It's bizarre that would be considered something that would be pleasing to the eye and quelling to the mind of people that have mental illness. I mean, the feng shui is just, wow, okay. Legos, I guess it's Lego design only. The property itself, it was sad that it did become a solar field. It was a beautiful piece of property, really represented old Nevada County. And it just seems like a new Nevada County is coming in with just over-the-top expenditures, just over the top for the amount of people that it's going to serve. I mean, we've purchased all these houses, including my old family house that my dad built out on Brunswick. Has that been filled yet? Has the one on South Auburn been filled? It's been years since the county has purchased houses, and they still haven't been completed or filled. It is bizarre to me that there's so many people on the streets, yet the county can sit on all this available housing. I mean, it's available tonight. Unlock the door and let somebody in. There's a flushing toilet. It's better than what they have. But to do this for 6 people, it's a crime. When I can walk 6 blocks and find 6 clients for you immediately, or go up to Bennett Street Camp and get 6 clients for you immediately. We need to think a lot bigger, a lot more spread out than 6 people are going to get. Because by the time it's finished, is the way things raise in price, it'll be a $6 million project. So each person gets a $6 million 1-bedroom house. What's wrong with this picture? Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Madam Clerk, I understand there's some written document that we will enter into the records also. Is that correct?
That is correct. There were 3 written letters submitted to the board.
And I believe the board has received copies of those letters.
That's correct. The board has received electronic copies, and copies are available for the public in the public record as well.
Very good. Is there any more public comment here in the room today? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment segment of this. I'm going to bring this back to the board, and I will remind the board that if there is anybody out there that you wish to call back, if I had cut them off and you wanted to hear more, you are welcome to do that. And I want to thank you for a wonderful public hearing. And Jamie, the public comment part of it is over, sweetheart, so thank you, and I apologize for that. So I'm bringing this back to the board, and again, Heidi, I guess I'll start with you.
I wonder if we could actually, Chair, have staff, I think you were taking some notes probably, Brian, and yeah, maybe just address some of the issues that were raised that we can address here. Would that be possible, some of the questions that were raised? Maybe we could start with that.
That would be fine. And you know, another one, Phoebe, was the housing one that Matt just brought up, but that's a good one too. You okay with that, Kyle?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Chair. I will start on a couple of the sort of planning-related topics that I've written down, and then also pass it over to the applicant team to talk about some of the operational concerns. So I'm just going sort of in a line here, and please let me know if I miss anything. So if you see on the site plan here, the berms that were placed by the county are essentially in these locations, and then right here. These berms were permitted through a building permit in 2011, and then additional grading was done in 2016, which was also permitted. And these berms were, as referenced by some of the commenters, utilized for placement of some of the landscaping and screening that was approved as part of the solar field. In the ensuing time, some of that landscaping has died, but it is the applicant's responsibility to ensure that those plantings survive and are maintained. There was a recent complaint submitted to our code compliance division regarding this parcel and that landscaping, and through planning department and our code compliance division's actions found that complaint valid, and we are requiring the applicant to replace all of those plantings that were previously required and approved through the final landscaping plan for the solar field. And those would be required to be completed prior to any of the final issuance or final inspections of the building permits for this site.
Can I just ask a question real quick on that, with the code? So they're gonna have to put the plants up, or they're gonna have to clean any of the concrete and any of that out of the berm piles? What was that? That was one of the complaints I heard. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I did hear those complaints. There is no record or discussion in the previous building approvals of the placement of this material, requiring testing or remediation or anything to that effect. Like I said, this work was permitted in 2011 and 2016. And I am not aware of any sort of required remediation actions that were placed for those activities.
To clean up their properties, but 8 years later, there's no.
I think there was
The
also,
public comment portion is ended. I'm sorry. Kyle, proceed. Or Brian.
Just piggybacking, I think there was a comment regarding the fence.
Yes.
A desire to extend the fence, and might want the applicant team to weigh in, but I believe the redesign does extend the fence to that northern property line to enclose the new development and the building away from not only the wetlands, but also the property to the north and to the west. So that is a change that was made since the Planning Commission, I believe.
Quick clarification on that.
Sure.
So can you bring up a different site map, because I'm not clear. The property is described by the owners of the Willow have a parking area, and I don't see that here. There you go, thank you.
Right here.
Yeah, so the fence goes all the way down there?
The fence, here, let me zoom in a little bit. So fencing already exists. You can sort of see it in the aerial imagery around the solar field, essentially all the way around. This orange line is newly proposed chain link fencing that essentially connects to this fencing and goes all the way to the property line. So anybody on this site wouldn't be able to kind of traverse across it and access the backside of these parcels.
Was the comment addressing a fence that extends from our property boundary, as you've shown it here, north to their parking area? Is that what am I understanding that correct?
That's why I understood it. So sorry, Robert Wallace with the applicant, sorry, Kyle. So I think the conversation is extending the fencing down further along the property line to provide additional screening and perceived security. So
Off of the applicant property?
Along which? Highway 49 right. Along the Highway 49 right away. And in quick conversation with the applicant, they're not opposed to that. So if that is something that we need to look into and expanding, we'll definitely take the steps to look into that and expanding that.
If appropriate, I was going to ask if Amy Arani, our Environmental Health Director, might come down and address some of the septic system questions and issues,
that would be
if
very good.
she's- Thank you, Amy.
Hi, Amy.
Well, good afternoon.
I think your mic's off.
Oh.
You're good.
There you go.
Good afternoon. Some of the specific questions I know we're concerned about the existing water tributary and areas that are considered in the wetland. What we did was, of course, you heard that the septic system would go in a drier season, even though the water table is high there. The idea is to extend beyond and put sleeves around the piping that would traverse any of the waterways in a higher wet season. That is just a protective measure. In addition, this system is going to be a centralized system. So what that means is the system will be required to have an annual maintenance and monitoring agreement, and it will be checked on an annual basis. In addition, we're currently we've asked the developer, the septic consultant, to put in 4 monitoring wells around the leach field. Those monitoring wells will be part of that annual inspection, that they will test and check the system annually to make sure that there's nothing leaching towards the monitoring wells, because that area in front of where you see the purple lines for the leach field, that front area or the area before it is the designated repair areas. So we will have monitoring wells that will go both behind and in front to the very end. If there's anything specific, I'm happy to answer additional questions of concern.
Sue, did you
So
have?
one of those questions where they wanted to know why it didn't have to meet a state requirement, and this does this?
Yeah, so basically how we've treated this system, and when I say it's a centralized system, meaning there's several units flowing into a main system, that's that disposal area. This follows our on-site soils regulations that have been approved by the State Water Board. We did those back in 2018. So they are adhering strictly to those requirements with the addition that we put on them to put in the 4 monitoring wells as a safety measure and to have it registered so that it gets yearly maintenance.
Thanks, Amy.
So that answers the question of over 5 units having to put in a package system. That's not a requirement for this because they are not full housing units. This is an attached single building with 4 or 6 units in it. Is that the way that the law works?
Thank you, Supervisor. It's a great question. So what is actually happening is you almost have like individual units that would flow out. You have 2 septic systems that will flow to pump stations. So we will treat those, yes, as essentially individual flows and treating it as a centralized system just to ensure the overall maintenance is appropriate, because each household may deposit different kinds of household product. What I'm trying to get to is like kitchen grease or kitchen waste, which could overall impact the entire system, which is why an annual oversight is recommended, and we would require that based on the design.
So that means that your agency follows up to make sure that the applicant does do that maintenance once a year? It's on a routine schedule?
You are correct, Supervisor. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Phoebe, you want to answer the housing question?
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, on any given night, we typically have 0 empty beds in our system. If we have an empty bed, it's often because we're holding a bed for a specific person who's coming from some other placement and needs that bed. Sometimes when we are beginning projects, there's a construction phase, so obviously the beds aren't filled until we have full permits. But barring that, we are fully utilizing all the facilities that we have all the time. And then Esther was going to speak briefly to sort of the transportation concerns that came up. Much of our county has transportation challenges. That's just the nature of living in a rural county. Many of us live in places where it's not easy to access public transportation. Because this is a supportive housing situation, there's a lot of resources and services available to residents at the house to assist with their transportation. So people have, of course, the options that we all have of if they drive themselves or if they have friends or family that drive them, but also they have, as we heard from Turning Point, case managers who are available to them, and AMI's staff will be available because they'll be on the site as well if the project moves forward and we add them as property manager. And so those different resources are available. Also, some of the folks that live there may qualify for Logisticare, dial-a-ride type services. So that's another option. And again, in working with the funder, that's an acceptable transportation plan in a rural area where there's not prolific bus availability, in every mile of the county. It's not ideal in general in the county to not have that kind of access, but that is the nature of kind of more spread out rural living. And in terms of the safety issues, similarly, that's part of our work and the work of our case managers and our supportive housing team is teaching people life skills wherever you're living and whatever you're doing, is working with folks wherever they are in their personal journey around understanding what they need to do to keep themselves safe, whether that's how to appropriately interact with traffic or how to keep your house clean or whatever skills anybody needs to learn that they didn't learn because of chaotic stuff happening earlier in their lives or whatever may be going on.
Thank you, Phoebe.
Can you also address the funding? Just let's circle back to the funding. So my understanding is that the 4.4 million is for all 6 rebuild, so it would be for 6. That it's a combination of 2 different funding sources that are specific and direct for this project in this location. And tell me if I'm wrong. I mean, the county can't control the spiraling cost of lumber and building materials. I think any of us who've tried to build anything in the last year and a half have seen them go up. So that's a part we can't control. Is there any other reason that the cost ended up so high, or is that strictly market rates and supply chain issues?
Sure. So a couple things there. First off, to your point, it is the money goes for 6 units, and the existing house is a pretty aged building. If we weren't to move forward with this project, we'd need to find some funding to invest in the actual house that exists now to be able to keep it functional. It needs a new roof, and those kinds of things. And so, to some degree, there's a cost associated even with keeping the 3 units of housing that we have there. But to build from the ground up 6 individual units as a public entity in the current market, it is just really expensive. We sought the initial grant and thought we had enough funding for the project, and then COVID hit and supply chain issues happened and costs went up, and we didn't have enough money, and we basically decided, do we move forward with this project or not? And decided we will apply for another grant. If we get the funding, then we will. And the state saw this as a worthy project and funded it, and therefore, we know that throughout California, building is just really expensive at this point. And we believe, again, that this is funding that will benefit our local residents, and it's a good investment in that way.
I just have one other question, Phoebe. How long has it been an existing house for, in the counties? How long has folks been housed there?
I think 14 years, but I'm suddenly drawing a blank, so if anybody on my team. Yeah. So I think we've been operating it for 14 years, and as Carrie was sharing, the residents that are there have been there between 5 and 10 years. So back to the point that some other speakers were making around, typically permanent supportive housing stays very stable. It's not typically housing where we have a lot of turnover happening.
Lisa?
Yes, thanks, Phoebe. So the 3 people who are currently living there, what will happen to them when the project, if the project gets approved and during the construction phase? Do you have alternative housing solutions for them?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's on us, of course. And we're not going to evict them. So it's on us to kind of juggle our system, find spots for them on a temporary basis until the construction is complete. Maybe they stay where they get rehoused because they like that better, it's a better fit, or maybe they return depending on the person and their needs.
Yeah, that was my next question. Will those 3 people, with the addition of 3 people, go back in, or will it be 6 brand-new people in your program that will be living there?
Yeah, I can't say either way.
Okay.
Again, each person's on their own journey.
And then can you address a little bit the concerns of the neighbors, of the perceived behavior of your tenants? And I completely understand that oftentimes there's other things that happen that maybe aren't the people who live there, but because of by virtue of what the situation is, they are accused of it. Okay. Let me finish. Can I finish, please, my question? So I have dealt with this situation very significantly where I live, so I understand the concerns of the neighbors, but maybe you can address how you deal with that, because I know my experience of calling Amy or calling Phoebe with behavioral health over very similar situations, they were dealt with very successfully. So maybe you can address that.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to be a good neighbor, and I get that people feel frustrated and people feel scared, and I honor that. Like, we all have, what we envision for ourselves and our homes and our families. What I do know is that lots of neighbors can be poor neighbors. Lots of tenants can be poor tenants. We've all lived near a rental house where somebody's dealing drugs, or somebody stays up blasting music at 3 a.m, or whatever it might be. I think what is different about our housing is that there's a lot of levels of accountability that people have, and our job has been to try to get our name and phone numbers back out there again in the community so people know who to call when they have an issue. But the reality is they have people to call, and I hope that people use that when there's things that are happening that aren't okay. Law enforcement should be called if anybody's doing things criminal, our clients or anybody else. That's should be the go-to. And at the end of the day, people, humans are diverse. How we dress, how we speak, where we walk, we all do it a little differently. We walk our path a little differently, and our clients are no different than the rest of us in that way. And so do our clients sometimes make people uncomfortable? Sure, and some people that aren't our clients make people uncomfortable too. So all I can say is in terms of accountability for any issues in the neighborhood, people being where they're not supposed to be or doing things they're not supposed to do, it's
Jamie, I'm not going to tell you, I'm warning you right now. I can ask you to be removed. I can ask you to be removed. So would you be quiet, please? The public comment is done. You are not helping yourself right now. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you very much. Thank you, Aim. Thank you, Jamie. Anybody? Where do we want to go from here? Thank you, Jamie, please.
Yeah, I have to go to school to pick up my daughter right now.
Please do.
Chair Schofield, I'll have staff go ahead and coordinate getting her the numbers right now.
Thank you, Allison. Heidi?
Yeah, were there any, I've kept a list. I think these are most of the questions that were raised to, anybody else have any, or anybody down, staff, did you have any other idea, any thoughts for?
Yes, I was going to say the other sort of group of comments that I could talk to a little bit are the kind of bus stop and traffic safety questions that were brought up. So this project was routed to both the California Department of Transportation's Caltrans, which operates Highway 49 here, and the Nevada County Department of Transportation, or our Public Works Department, excuse me. And because of the relatively small nature of the site and the kind of larger throughput of Highway 49, no crossing, either signalized or otherwise, was proposed by Caltrans. A few years ago, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it may have been 2012 or so, Caltrans recently added that middle turn lane right here as some safety improvements to this stretch of highway. And like I said, for this project, they did not, it didn't meet the threshold or need for a signalized crossing here and could actually create more impacts of that throughway. And similarly with the bus stop, although a bus stop, I take it, was originally part of the thought process for this project. It wasn't approved as part of the planning application, and the Nevada County Department of Public Works, our transit division, did review this and determine that both the width of this right-of-way here wouldn't necessarily allow for a safe stopping. And this route, I take it, may not have been amenable for another stopping for their headwind requirements that they required to keep for federal and state funding.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, can we keep our options open, though, if we go ahead with this project and it sounds like there's, I mean, obviously there's people crossing from wherever, from all over the place. Can we just keep an eye on that? If there were to be more people out there, can we revisit that if the data changes?
Yes, Supervisor Hall, that's absolutely the planning department's job. Based off of this and a couple of other previous projects, we're sort of restarting an ongoing dialogue with the Caltrans planning group to talk about potential situations just like this, because a lot of development in Nevada County occurs on or nearby Caltrans rights-of-way. So crossings here or other safety considerations will definitely be part of those ongoing discussions with Caltrans and county staff.
Quick question, the bus service isn't the only way that these clients could potentially be served by transportation needs. There's other connecting points and other forms of transportation. I think that's really important to remember, that just because it doesn't have a bus stop doesn't mean that we're isolating our clients here in this house. There's other methods available to them to get to where they need to go.
That's absolutely correct, Mr. Supervisor. Both behavioral health does provide services, and there's also the countywide, the
Logistic area.
Oh, right.
but I think that Phoebe could be able to talk more about the transportation options they provide, but it sounds like they provide services as needed for the clients that live there.
Yeah, absolutely. As I was saying earlier, case managers can regularly drive people to appointments, shopping, whatever people's needs are. Also, our clients typically are on Medi-Cal, and there's transportation benefits that come with your Medi-Cal benefit for getting to different kinds of appointments as well that people can use. That's a little bit more like a dial-a-ride type of service as well.
So that answers most of my questions. Ed, do you want me to go ahead and make my comments?
I
now?
think unless there's more questions, we can start the comment process.
I think I got most of mine. If somebody else hadn't asked them, I think they're all pretty, but.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So this has been very helpful. A lot of this information is information I had heard before and we have provided to the public, but there's some new nuances. I'm pleased to hear that we would consider extending that fence, since that was one direct request from the nearest neighbor. For me, all throughout this, I've had three main concerns. There's other, or goals, other smaller ones, but the three main ones are safe and supportive housing for our clients. The county is responsible for helping our most vulnerable residents, both by providing services and housing. So the fact that it's been very difficult to find places, we were able to get money, we're considering all the health and safety issues around transportation. I think this would be a good project, not perfect, but it would address the need for the health and safety for our clients, our mental health clients. The second, so that's one issue. The other one is making sure that we are protecting the existing wetlands. And then the last one, obviously, is understanding and mitigating to the best of our ability the neighbors' concerns, which I've heard loud and clearly and thought closely about. So going to the wetlands, I did spend a good amount of time understanding. Martin, thanks for your great explanations. I got to see the most recent map. I was concerned originally, but I feel like you have made me feel comfortable with the mitigation measures, the placement of the septic tanks, the positioning of the house itself, the fence. I know that we'll be watching when that trench is dug across that ephemeral way, and so I want to continue to keep an eye and be very, very careful with the developers, folks who are going to be out there digging and doing that work, because I do want us to protect that precious wetland, what is remaining. With regard to the past issues with that wetlands, I don't have all the information on that, and if that area was filled originally, that makes me very sad. Not something I would have wished had to happen. But I think at this point, I don't know what we can do to change that. And the project that is in front of us today, it doesn't concern itself with that. It concerns itself with protecting the existing wetland, which I think is the best we can do, given the environmental situation. So what that leaves clearly are the concerns of neighbors, which I take seriously. I want to make sure, I feel comforted by the fact that we are having staff, we will have staff out there twice a day, that they are getting wraparound services, that there will be monitoring and assistance with transportation, and that I do think we can do a better job, and we will get phone numbers out to you, both making sure you understand when to call code compliance, when to call the sheriff's office. So I feel like we're doing everything we can to protect the neighborhood and provide the services for the folks who would be living there. I think we do know there is also a problematic house in that neighborhood that has nothing to do with this house. We are working with the neighbors to get a complaint in and have code and other folks get out there and try to deal with that house so we can, because we don't know exactly where all the problems are coming from in the neighborhood. And I think addressing that would help us get a better picture of that. So while I know this is not a guarantee that there will never be any problems from any person in that house, the history of that house does make me feel comfortable that if we do a better job of making sure you know who to call if there's problems, and we continue to provide steady, consistent wraparound services, we're going to make it as safe as we possibly can for the neighbors. And in other ways, this is a good location that it is not right abuts other houses. It is the closest to the Willow, and I do want to continue to stay in touch with you folks about concerns that come up there right now, and any concerns that there might be as going forward. But I have to say that at this point, I feel like it is our job to help move this project forward, but we should do that with an eye towards the concerns of the neighbors and stay in touch with you and work with you to mitigate anything that might come up. And I would welcome you all. I did not get a lot of phone calls from the neighbors. I would welcome you to call me when you have issues and come down, or I'll come out and talk to you about the concerns you have. So those are my comments at this point.
Sue, I'm going to go to you next.
Oh, thanks, Ed. Well, I kind of echo Heidi. I think that I'm looking at this and I hear it. I have a couple houses in my neighborhood, and we manage it, and I think that's part of how we roll here, and I've had good luck with the Omni housing, and I have somebody to call. I think that'll be very important for these groups. I'm listening to some of the planning. There hadn't really been all that many calls of service. I have more calls of service from my neighbor down the road than I heard that you have there. So I'm just saying, I think it's something that we all can work with. I think the other thing that I like the idea of adding to the fence, I think that's important for the neighbors. I think one of the other things is addressing, which it sounds like we have a code compliance applicant does on the berms. I'd like to see that kind of stuff managed. That's something that has been a crawl for the neighbors as a while as the road. So I think those are some of the things we can look at. I looked at this again, and we're still in that same footprint. I keep hearing them say we're in this footprint of the wetlands, and it doesn't look like that when I look at it on the map. I went out there and drove by and looked again. We're just back to this. Is this challenging? I think when we look at neighborhoods, it is challenging. There are neighborhoods, they're where we live. But again, I have family that has issues with mental health, and I get it. I mean, we all have to do our part, and that's how we nurture them and bring them back to health. And I think the building will be beautiful. I don't think it's gonna look aesthetically like a Catholic church or whatever. I mean, not that it was, how do you put it, a community center? I like the idea that we're gonna have the rural look to it. I know this has been a hard decision. I've researched, I've done a lot of this and tried to see what really truly is the best avenue. And you talk about the money, somebody's going to spend this money. And I'd love to see it house and protect 6 more of my citizens in my community as it to go to the Bay Area or into the big cities. And does it seem expensive? It does. I was just talking to somebody how much it costs to build a regular house at home. It's not cheap. I appreciate that the neighbors have brought things. Michael, you've brought some good points forward. I think there's been some good learning curve to some of the things that we've had here. I think I take some of that all in tried to really weigh all that inside my head. And so with that, I'm just gonna say it was a great presentation. I'll be glad that we follow up with the things that we said we're going to do. And then again, if that's the nice thing about this being in Heidi's district, they could call Heidi and she'll find out what the issues is, right? I have those in mine, and I have this, like, I have an open phone line, so I get it. And I think that's the one thing folks need to know is you can use that. We can't always fix it overnight, but usually there's some sort of a solution at some point. And we're good at that. Every one of us has somebody different or different issues in our district. And so I'm glad this is Heidi's. No, I'm just teasing. No, seriously, we need a little bit of a smile in here, but you guys all are important to us. Hey, well, I have never missed a meal down there, girlie, and I probably continue on. That's our favorite place to go. So anyway, with that, I'm done. Thanks.
Lisa?
Thanks. I too am glad this is in your district. So, I have great empathy for the neighbors. I live in a neighborhood that probably has a half a dozen AMI-placed homes in it. So I really understand the concerns and the issues of the neighbors. And I think from my perspective, whenever I had issues, when I was on the Grass Valley City Council, I was fortunate that I had the pipeline to Phoebe, but I think that she is open to working with all of you when there might be issues. And in regard to the layers of accountability, here's how I equated it. I've lived in various places in Grass Valley where I've had problematic neighbors, and my only recourse was to call law enforcement or to try and talk with them myself, which usually involved having to call law enforcement. So the fact that there is a different layer of accountability here, that if you do have an issue and you reach out to the people who are managing the home and managing the people, before it goes to a law enforcement issue, you do have some recourse there. So, and I've been very impressed with how they've handled it. I too, I've only been here for 3 weeks, so bear with me. I too was outraged when I saw my first glance at this project after I was elected, to see that it was $4.4 million. That seems outrageous to me, because when you look at just standard building now at $500 a square foot, plus land acquisition and all the utilities, potentially if this was a private industry business, it would be a lot less expensive. But this is how government works, and the state makes you jump through a lot of hoops to get that money. There's a lot of accountability. There's a lot of different things you have to do in public versus private development, and I'm learning more of that as I get situated up here. So thank you for the education. Thank you to the staff for the education on that issue. My only other thing would be to make the fencing requirement not just something we look at, but to make that a condition of approval for the project. So if we can commit to providing the fencing that the neighbors have asked for as part of this project, I would appreciate having that in there. I think that that's one thing that we can do, and we can monitor. And even though this is not in my district, I'm happy to take phone calls from anybody on the subject of AMI housing and kind of how it works. And it's important that we take care of the people who live in our community. And I think I've decided that housing 6 more people outweighs my outrage over the $4.4 million, because it is important to provide that type of housing for our community.
Thank you. I think most of it's been said. I as well, I met with staff and sat down and went over the project in detail, and talked to some of you in the audience today. And I really looked at it from kind of the 3 perspectives that staff outlined: the purpose and the utility of the development. Is it going to meet our needs? Is it going to serve somebody? I looked at the cost as well, and I know building costs are outrageous, particularly if you're doing something that's public use and government spending and all of those things. So while I do think it's a lot of money, I think it's reasonable in the scheme of government construction. So, and I'm familiar with that and spent about 20 years in that space. What really struck me is the experts that came here and testified today about how this is going to meet the mission of what we try to serve here in Nevada County. And so I think my job is to listen to the experts and understand when we receive good advice, and I think we've gotten that here today. I also really highly respect the neighbors, and I know that because you live there, your home is your castle, and understanding that you can be safe and you have some control over your domain and what happens around it. And I, again, would also support meeting your needs with whatever fencing is required in whatever format makes you comfortable with this. I think it's easy insurance. I'd also support looking closely at the safety of the crossings, not just because of the clients that move between the two sides, but also just because we have Hirschman's Trail and other assets on both sides of the road, and that's a busy road. And I think that as we look at mobility, walking and riding bicycles and alternative transportation, that's just a great thing to do. So I would also support staff looking closely at that in some official format, whether that's a letter to Caltrans or a site walk with Caltrans. I think that's great. I looked at the environmental and familiar with CEQA. I didn't see anything that was alarming to me, and I think the mitigation that was outlined in the staff report is adequate to me. And then the aesthetics, I kind of like the Roadhouse look personally. I think it's something that it kind of resonated with me, but if it doesn't, I understand as well. I think that in its current format, it looks just fine to me, but I know each one of us look at that differently. So with that, I'm in support of it, and I'm looking forward to getting the 6 people, our neighbors and friends that need this service, into permanent supportive housing.
Thank you, Mort. And I kind of look at it in the same way. I think of it this morning when we were looking at alternative housings and what a poor job we've been doing, and the issue with homelessness and what an issue that is. And along with homelessness often comes the mental health issue. And frankly, I think this is one of the things we do well. We actually do provide homes, and they come one at a time, right? One person at a time. And they're costly. And Lisa said this, it's like, you want to spend a lot of money for a house, let the government do it. I mean, that truly is the way it is. But that's where these dollars come from, is through the government, and they lay these restrictions down on it. It's the way it has to be done. So I'm pleased that we're picking up 3 more units. I know that, I think you said we had 12 of these types of units in the county. And I know they all have some similar situations. I think this one will probably be no different than some of the others, where we're providing this. It's not ideal. Probably none of them are actually ideal. But this is really what we need to do to get these kind of programs going. So I find myself in support of it too. And I think really nobody can argue about the fact that we need to provide this housing. The issue on this project and any of the project is that we're able to work with our neighbors on this. So Phoebe especially, you kind of get that pressure of working with folks. We don't like folks walking around with hooded stalking people. I don't know if that's our person or not, but that needs to stop. Somebody coming out of somebody's basement, I have a feeling probably isn't one of those people. There's homeless folks around here, and we can see them almost every morning out here. So I think, as you said, it's not perfect, but we just need to proceed with it. So at this time, I think I'm ready to adopt some resolutions here. The first one that we would have to do is a resolution adopting a mitigated negative declaration in connection with the adoption of the ordinance. I hear a motion.
So the motion would be to accept the mitigated neg deck?
Yes.
So moved.
Have a motion?
Second.
Supervisor Hall, seconded Supervisor Bullock. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Oh, yes. All right, the next one is an ordinance amending zoning district map number 052A to rezone assessor's parcel number 004/140-067 from residential agricultural, 3-acre minimum parcel size, land development to residential agricultural, 1.5-acre minimum parcel size. Motion?
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Hook.
Second.
Second Supervisor Bullock.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes. And now we move to Resolution 33D, which is the resolution approving the conditional use permit CUP 21-0006 to allow for the development and operation of a 6-unit multifamily residential development containing 6 one-bedroom apartments located on assessor parcel number 004-1400167.
So can I just ask a question real quick? So will that include the conditional use of having the new fencing added?
As part of the,
Oh, same question?
yeah, part of the conditions of approval to add that in there, would that go into this part?
Yes, if that's part of the motion, then that will be added as a condition as discussed at today's hearing.
So I would make that motion, Mr. Chair, that we,
Well, we got a motion.
oh,
Oh, no, we haven't.
yeah.
We don't have a
Okay.
motion.
Okay, so I
All
would
right.
make that motion to include as a condition of approval to build the fence to the, where the neighbors are asking it to be up to their property.
Correct.
I can support your motion, second that, with the addition of at least a minimum of a letter to Caltrans and a review of the crossing.
I will include that in my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes. All right. Thank you, boards, and thank you, public, today for a civil hearing today. I know not everybody goes away pleased, but appreciate the process that we go through. And we are not doing any announcements today. We'll do that at our next regular meeting. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.